never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. After a third round of voting late Tuesday, House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy failed to secure the speakership as the House adjourned until Wednesday.
No persons having received a majority of the whole number of votes cast, a speaker has not been elected.
The U.S. House has not needed more than one vote to elect a speaker in a century. McCarthy has vowed to continue fighting for the position, while conservative opponents say they're committed to changing the status quo no matter how many rounds of voting it takes.
Do you think Congress is doing a good job? The answer is no. So why would we embrace the status quo?
Texas Congressman Chip Roy among the hardline conservative Republicans opposing McCarthy's speakership. Some lawmakers proposing Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan get the gavel. House Republicans, though, planning to launch a subcommittee to expose collusion between federal agencies and private companies. The new Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government will reportedly use the GOP's new House majority to examine how the intelligence community and federal law enforcement influenced corporate America to censor narratives and track citizens. The NFL says football will remain on the back burner as the health of a player remains critical.
As all eyes remain on the well-being and health of Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin, the NFL says the game between the Buffalo Bills and Cincinnati Bengals won't be resumed this week. Hamlin suffered cardiac arrest during Monday Night Football. The league has made no decision regarding the possible resumption of the game at a later date, but added Week 18 will go on as planned this weekend. I'm Tim Berg.
A federal task force is being launched to recover assets of victims of FTX. The Securities and Exchange Commission estimates FTX customers lost over $8 billion. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
One of the tens of thousands of people who missed their flight on Southwest Airlines is filing a lawsuit, while others are still looking for their bags.
The airline is facing a class action lawsuit from a man in New Orleans who missed his trip to Oregon when the airline canceled over 15,000 flights over the holidays. The lawsuit in federal court accuses the airline of failing to give passengers refunds after they were stranded. Meanwhile, this passenger is still searching for her luggage in Denver.
They loaded a plane that was never going to take off with all of our luggage, and everyone from that flight, I can tell you, has not seen their luggage since.
She says the airline told her that her bag had to go to Milwaukee before it shipped back to her due to their no exceptions policy to send bags to their final destination. I'm Jeremy Scott.
U.S. Soccer investigating allegations against the head coach of the national men's team. The federation said it learned about allegations against Greg Berhalter on December 11th and hired an independent investigator. In a statement, Berhalter detailed a violent incident that involved his now wife back in 1991 that he believed an individual tried to use to get U.S. Soccer to end its relationship with him. U.S. Soccer said it's spoken with Berhalter and his wife about the incident and will share the results of its investigation once it's complete. Large crowds coming together to say their goodbyes to soccer legend Pelé. His casket was covered with Brazilian and Santos FC flags as it moved through the streets of Santos before arriving at its final resting spot. Pelé died last week at the age of 82. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty then, my. Where have you been? Well, it's been a bit of a hiatus, right? But here we are, ready to roll. Back at it live. Got a new year underway. 2023, yep. Actually, already rolling into the 4th day of January. So, first live program of the new year. Back in the saddle again, as they say. Yeah, for all those that got some time off, hope you had a wonderful Christmas. Made it safely through the new year. So here we find ourselves again, rolling into the 4th day of January. Kind of a stormy night in the southeast. We've seen some severe weather, strong storms pushing through Mississippi, and they'll be rolling through much of Alabama through the overnight hours here. The severe weather threat continues through the overnight. Actually, National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center there in Norman, Oklahoma, just in the past hour or so, hoisting a tornado watch for a large portion of Alabama till 4 o'clock in the morning. I guess, is that Central Time? So, yeah, most of the night, as these storms are going to continue pressing off to the east. Big storm that doused the south in flooding rain and has churned up damaging tornadoes will continue to plague the region. Yeah, Tuesday we saw numerous water rescue operations taking place in the south. Yeah, while at least 4 potential tornadoes were reported by the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center over the last couple days, flooding has been the prevalent concern this past day. Flooding reports from eastern Texas through northwest Louisiana on into Kentucky. In a span of 24 hours, some of these numbers, at least, you might as well say 5 inches, 4.99 inches of rain in 48 hours over Greenville, Kentucky. The fire department there told AccuWeather this past day they had responded to 15 weather-related incidents, stranded motorist water rescues, especially between like 4:30 and 7:30 in the morning. Rainfall totals highest in parts of Arkansas, where DeWitt, in the eastern portion of the state, recorded over 8.5 inches of rain in a 12-hour period, Monday night into Tuesday morning. According to the local Fox News affiliate there, roads were flooded in and around the city. Highway 130 and U.S. Route 165 on both sides of town as of Tuesday morning. Officials were asking people to stay home if possible, avoid those flooded roads. Other parts of the state, Reno and Star City, rainfall totals over 6 inches in that same span of time. So, yeah, torrential rain with some of these storms. Residents in Louisiana, Arkansas, Texas, still reeling Tuesday morning after the storms rampaged the day before when strong winds and a handful of possible tornadoes knocked out power and damaged a number of buildings. At least 14 homes damaged, along with multiple commercial and local school district buildings in Jesseville, Arkansas. Now, that's an unincorporated community north of Hot Springs, Garland County. Severe weathers continued to sweep through the area this past day, with damage from what they believe were several tornado touchdowns. So as we head into, already midweek, Wednesday coming on here, this severe weather outbreak is going to continue as rumbling across the southern states, headed eventually toward the Atlantic coast. The threat for severe weather persisted, as we mentioned, through Tuesday morning. The threat for thunderstorms is going to extend from the Florida Gulf Coast into the central Appalachians later this morning, Wednesday morning. Now, as the day progresses, severe thunderstorms could develop anywhere from the Florida Panhandle to as far north as central Virginia during the afternoon and evening hours. The threat for severe weather in Atlanta pretty much limited to the morning hours here this Wednesday. Some communities around Charlotte, North Carolina, Greenville, South Carolina may have to deal with disruptions during the midday hours today. Some of the major cities that could be facing some rather robust thunderstorms this afternoon and evening will stretch from Norfolk, Virginia to Raleigh, North Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina. The overall concentration of severe weather today will likely be a bit sparser compared to what we saw Monday and Tuesday. According to AccuWeather forecasters, many areas may experience a few downpours or some gusty winds and a few rumbles of thunder. But there's a small number of towns that could still be hit by severe thunderstorms today, capable of damaging winds as high as 75 miles per hour, and the torrential downpours, which could lead to more ponding on the roadways and more flooding. It looks like the severe threat from these could also produce a couple of tornadoes this afternoon and evening hours. Portions of Interstate 10, 20, 75 in the south, 85 and 95 could all see some travel slowdowns today. The risk of wet weather, thunderstorms, and slowed travel could even extend into the northeast by later in the day today. A strong surge of warm air preceding this wet weather in the northeast. It's been almost spring-like. Are you enjoying these spring-like temperatures? We're looking at like 57 outside the secret bunker here in January. Very unusual. After, well, right about a week ago, we were in the single digits at this point in time. Maybe a few rumbles of thunder as far north as Pennsylvania and New Jersey later today. That would include Philadelphia, Baltimore, down into Washington, D.C. While thunder's not unheard of in the month of January there in the Northeast, it's a lot less common than it is across the southern states. But behind this wet weather, temperatures across the eastern U.S. will be falling back to what would be more normal temperatures for this time of year. The next opportunity for rain could come as early as maybe next weekend, just a few days away. And some areas in the North Kita could actually be looking at a bit of snow. Meanwhile, coming up, we'll take a look at the other side of the country, California, where we've been talking drought for years, right? The lower water levels on all the reservoirs and the tributaries. They're going to get a good dose of significant rain, too much of a good thing in a short time. A major storm that's expected to rapidly intensify and become a bomb cyclone will be impacting, bringing torrential rains, flooding rains to much of California here in the coming days. We'll, again, break that down. We're talking Wednesday today into Thursday. As we look at the current radar scene, you can see the rains just offshore, stretching across much of the California coast. It'll begin working its way in later today. So, again, welcome back. Welcome aboard. Hope you enjoyed your holiday time off, right? I enjoyed mine. It was a good break, a good respite. Spent Christmas here at the Home 20 and then made the little trek down to northwest Georgia with the wife's family there midweek this past week. All right, Rock Pick, first out of the box, check it in. Happy New Year, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, and all the night owls. National Weather Service says the current conditions at the Rochester Airport, light rain, fog, a bit misty, 39 degrees. I have a feeling Damar Hamlin has put the thought of CPR classes in the minds of a lot of people. It's been a tough couple of weeks for the city of Buffalo. Thanks again for all the truck drivers for delivering all the goods through the holidays, of course. All right, Roy is on board. Copy the mail. There's 5-7, right? And Jeff says, hey, you're back on YouTube. Jeffrey, yes, welcome back. It's good to be missed, I guess, right? Hello to Joe. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive listeners. Hope everyone enjoyed the holidays. Time to get back at it. We've got summer-like temperatures here in Winchester, Virginia. We're at 61 degrees at this hour. Everybody have a good night. Hello to the Plowboy. Morning. Happy New Year for Plowboy. Little thunder and lightning here in Huntsville, Alabama. Some rain, 65 degrees, tornado watch until 4 o'clock in the morning. All right, there's Dale, a.k.a. Buckwheat. Wow, we're back on YouTube again. Wonder how long this is going to last. Anyway, I'm getting ready to head to the Big Apple. Safe travels, Dale, or Buckwheat, and Happy New Year to you. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe, everyone out there. Welcome back, Steve. There's Matthew, says, good morning, Steve, and Kevin the Cat. Happy New Year. Hello to Pappy. 57 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. Welcome all the nocturnal listeners to 2023. Great wishes to all for the new year. There's a lot to catch up on, Steve. Fill us in. There's been a lot going on, lots to cover as we roll into the new year here. Roy checking in, 37 degrees at this hour, feels like 32 in northwest Illinois. So obviously some of the cooler air already beginning to make its way in there in northern Illinois. All right, let's see. Welcome back. It's always glad when the holidays are over so things can kind of get back to normal, says Patsy. All right. Yeah, I guess it's time to get back to the old grind, right? Let's see. Kevin, welcome back, Steve. Happy New Year, y'all. Flapjack here in northern Illinois. Kind of damp, drizzly, foggy evening, but ready to roll. All right. A couple more here. There's Lauren Weiss. I've been seeing your posts. Spent a little vacation time there along the beach, right? Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. Welcome back. 50 degrees in Carthage, Missouri. Back at the home 20 after 12 days in the Tar Heel. Still on vacation because I can. 2022 was a good year, and 23 is going to be even better. A special year opening shout out to the guy, the Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Weiss compound in southwest Missouri. Hello, Marianne. Welcome back, Steve. Good to see you. Good morning to the overnight crew. There's Hired Gun. Hey, back on YouBoob again. Welcome back. Hope everyone will be getting 2023 off to a good start. Painted Side stays on top. There's Country Bumpkin checking in from Grand Haven, Michigan. Happy New Year to the overnight family. 41 degrees, 41 wet degrees here tonight. And there's Eskimo Mom. Happy New Year. Welcome back. I'm back to my normal Tuesday. Heading to Terre Haute to do a drop and hook. It's partly cloudy, 57 outside of Indy tonight. And one more here at Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. Rainy and 64. Hope you had a great Christmas and New Year. We did on both, except for New Year's when the mighty Buckeyes missed that field goal. Yes, they did. Kathy and I were at the game, compliments of her son and his wife. It was a very exciting game, though. Getting ready to head back to the grind next week. Going to be extremely busy for the next few months. Have a great night out there, everybody. Be careful. There you go. Yeah. Missed that field goal. So it's Georgia versus TCU, right? For the national championship. But that was a great game between Georgia and Ohio State. No two ways about it. It is 844-3388. I don't think the numbers changed as we roll into the new year, right? Jump on in the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
right, welcome into the new year. Yeah, we'll take a look again out west. Big storm heading toward California. And of course, Monday night. It was Monday Night Football. Very short game, right? They will not complete the game this week. They haven't set a date when they'll resume play. Of course, Damar Hamlin, if you scour through the social media and the millions all around the country that were watching his collapse on the field, cardiac arrest. Not a whole lot of new news this past day. Yeah, the update this past evening, the 24-year-old Hamlin, after collapsing on the field about 8:55 Monday night, shortly into the first quarter there, transported to the University of Cincinnati Medical Center, spent the night in intensive care, still hospitalized in critical condition, according to the update from the Bills. They say, we're grateful and thankful for the outpouring of support we've received thus far. The family did release a statement expressing their sincere gratitude for the overwhelming support of fans that they've seen since he collapsed on the field. They also thanked the more than 150,000 people for the nearly $4 million that's been donated to Hamlin's charity toy drive fund. On behalf of our family, we want to express our sincere gratitude for the love and support shown to Damar during the challenging time. According to the family statement, we're deeply moved by the prayers, the kind words, the donations from the fans around the country. Your generosity and compassion mean the world to us. Please keep Damar in your prayers. We will release updates as soon as we have them. According to Buffalo Rumblings, Hamlin has organized a toy drive. That's his charitable endeavor since he entered the NFL. Started this up, I guess, in 2020, the community toy drive. The NFL announcing again this past day the game between the Bills and the Bengals will not be resumed this week. No decision has been made regarding the possible resumption of the game at a later date. We continue to be in regular contact with the medical team caring for Damar Hamlin. Also, the Bills and Bengals organizations and the NFL Players Association, according to the statement from the league. After speaking with both teams and the NFL Players Association leadership, Commissioner Roger Goodell informed the clubs this past day that the game will not again be resumed this week, and we've made no decision regarding the possible resumption at a later date. So people, of course, millions were glued to their television sets for quite a lengthy period of time, waiting to see, would the game resume? A lot of times when a player gets injured, you see they'll get him on the stretcher and they'll give you the thumbs up, and that didn't transpire last evening. So I was looking at one Buffalo fan that was actually in attendance at the game, kind of saying, this is what you did not see on the television. Not one Bills fan or Bengals fan left their seat. The entire stadium was almost silent. The entire Bills team was around the ambulance. The entire Bengals team was down on a knee. Many in my sections, he says, Bills fans and Bengals fans, broke out in prayer. I actually sat and cried with a Bengals fan, hugging each other so tight. The teenage Bengals fan in front of me ran to get more tissues and made sure I didn't need anything else. I saw grown men crying and strangers linking arms. So many Bengals fans circled around the Bills fans offering support. The shocked look of every single fan showed the devastation. The walk out of the stadium was very somber, eerily quiet, and honestly just sad. She said, "This is bigger than football. Something so critical, bringing fans of both sides together Monday night. We were one team praying for Hamlin." Statement from one of the Buffalo fans that was in attendance there at the game. All right, coming up, we'll get to your calls. Out of the box here, first program of 2023. First, we got to get through our news break here, just a few moments away. There's Stanley checking in. I said, something seems a bit off here. I could have worn shorts and a T-shirt when I should actually be ice fishing. No doubt. It is. Well, later this week, it's back to normal. All right, just hang in there. Midnight Special checks in, getting wet here in Fayetteville, North Carolina tonight. Mike says, Happy New Year, Steve. Glad you're back on the air. 58 degrees in Batesville, Indiana. All right, and a news break. This is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Maryland Governor Larry Hogan criticizing what he calls the, quote, dysfunction in Washington after Representative Kevin McCarthy failed to win the speakership after several rounds of voting today. In a tweet, the Republican Hogan said the process is more evidence that his party is divided. The White House and President Biden, in the meantime, committed to letting Republicans in Congress sort it all out.
The president served as a U.S. Senator for 34 years, and he understands how this process works. He certainly will not insert himself in that process.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. Pennsylvania police are talking about the arrest of Brian Koberger, the man accused of butchering 4 University of Idaho students. Pennsylvania State Police said officers jumped into action after the FBI asked for surveillance assistance. Tactical teams arrested the 28-year-old without incident this past Friday, and he's being extradited back to Idaho this week. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever met a single person in your life that enjoys paying taxes? No, no one does. If you can't sleep at night because you have a huge problem with the IRS, I've got some free advice for you. This service is strictly limited to individuals that owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes. And if you qualify, we can guarantee that you won't be writing a big fat check to the IRS, or our services cost you nothing. The first 100 people that call today will get a free tax consultation worth $500. Stop worrying about your IRS problem. We can help you, we promise. Call the tax doctor right now. I mean right now, to learn more.
800-485-8801. 800-485-8801. 800-485-8801. That's 800-485-8801.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, lines open at 844-844-3388. Craig checks in via the email. Steve, glad you're back. Those Christmas days off sure did go fast. Don't they always? Yeah. Hello, Dipsy Driver. Morning, Steve, and the most informed audience out there. We missed you. Hope you and the family had a great holiday. A foggy 45 degrees here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. Heading back up to 51 today. Have a great show as always. And only 7 days till the 2-year anniversary of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Yeah, January 11th, if memory serves. Can you imagine that? 2 years. Wow. Time does fly, doesn't it? Who gets to be first out of the box? First program of the new year. 5-7, hey.
Happy New Year. Hey, I'll be short and sweet. I'm sitting there this morning drinking my coffee. My wife gets up and, does the breakfast thing with me. That's cool. Watching the news. Now, we're not into football, but he was on the news, and my wife looks over at me, and she goes, I wonder if he had, now I know YouTube's back, so I got to be very careful. And she'll go, so we're talking riddles, rhymes with Ovid, and also rhymes with hot, because it's already been evidence that it's been a attacking young men's pumpers, and also with female reproductive ovulation. So there you go. Now this is coming from a 72-year-old woman. She doesn't hang around with a bunch of truck drivers. This is all her friends all over West Virginia, these in the mountains of Tennessee, Kentucky, talking back and forth with each other. So, the word's getting out there and the question marks are getting out there. So there you go. And good news. McCarthy's having a rough time of it. It's anybody want to know why I want to see him go? Can't trust a word he says. One of the senators said, you can't make anything different if you use the same tool.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one that put what's her name back when the state wanted her censored. He refused to censor her, and she ended up on the
committee.
The committee. The lynch mob. So So I'm glad to see. I really hope Jim Jordan gets on there. You Buckeyes got something going there, boy. And that's all I got to say. Other than that, we're going to say Happy New Year's. And by the way, we got by while you were on vacation by talking back and forth with the Steve Summers Overnight Drive Hot Shot Secret crew. We was talking back and forth, just marking time until the day you come back, buddy. So welcome home. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy our ride down to Baxley, Georgia, and try to stay away from the high winds and the rain. How about it?
That sounds like a plan. All right, thank you for checking in. 5-7. Happy New Year. Yeah, I was obviously watching the game live, and initially they were replaying the play when Damar Hamlin went down, and it didn't look like very you see a lot of really violent hits in the NFL, head to head and things like that. Then going back this past day, noticed this morning, I said, it looks like, he took a helmet like to the chest, or right there in the heart area. That's what most of the experts, the doctors are stating they believe that's what caused the cardiac arrest, the heart cardiac arrest. That's electrical disturbances that caused the heart to suddenly stop beating. Of course, death can result very quickly if steps aren't taken immediately. Cardiac arrest can be reversed if CPR is performed and a defibrillator shocks the heart, restoring the normal heart rhythm within a few minutes. Now, that's some of the questions being asked as we all watched. Like I believe 9 minutes had passed on the field, and they were still performing the CPR. I don't know how quickly they were able to get the heart rhythm restored, but ultimately they do say they did restore the heartbeat on the field there before he was loaded into the ambulance. So, the questions about how much, the more time that passes, oxygen not going to the brain, all these things we do not have answers to because they've given very limited information. Cardiac, it's not the same as a heart attack, which is more of a circulation issue. But almost any known heart condition, including a heart attack, can cause cardiac arrest. One of the noted experts on cardiovascular disease with Health First Medical Group said Hamlin most likely suffered what they call commotio cordis, a condition that we typically see in young male athletes, whether it's baseball, hockey, lacrosse, players that are apt to be struck by a ball or a puck. When you receive that blunt force trauma to the chest, like we saw that Hamlin took that hit to the chest, it can precipitate a life-threatening heart rhythm, ventricular fibrillation. So that's pretty much what the experts are citing occurred. And after watching the replay over and over, it's like the helmet, the face of the helmet hit him right in the chest as he was making that tackle. So with that, it is 844-3388. And yes, as 5-7 mentioned, for the first time in actually 100 years, it was 1923, the last time we did not have a Speaker of the House after, believe it or not, the first vote. Kevin McCarthy failed in marathon voting this past day, which they're describing as a historic defeat. No clear way out as Republicans have dug in for the long, messy start for the new Congress. needing 218 votes in the full House. McCarthy got 203 in 2 rounds, less even than the Democrat Hakeem Jeffries in the Republican-controlled chamber. A third ballot quickly commenced as the sun was setting on the new House majority, tensions rising as all other business comes to a halt. You can't proceed without a speaker. Various media outlets reporting he lost round number 3 as well, having lost 19 Republican votes in the first 2 rounds. Round number 3, he lost 20. Putting the top spot even further out of reach. And he could technically only afford to lose 5 Republicans. At least one earlier supporter, which was Representative Byron Donalds, had reportedly switched to support Representative Jim Jordan. The unofficial tally of round 3 appeared to confirm the further setback for McCarthy as he garnered just 202 votes. Again, Hakeem Jeffries had the full support of the Democrats with 212 votes, while Jordan actually notched 20 votes in that third round. Nonetheless, the House actually adjourned this past evening with the matter unsettled. It's the battle on the floor. McCarthy has pledged the battle on the floor for as long as it takes to overcome those right flank fellow Republicans refusing to give him their votes. It's not all clear, though, how the Republican leader, how's he going to rebound from this? Becoming the first House Speaker nominee in 100 years to fail to win the gavel with his own party in the majority. So without a speaker, the House cannot fully form, swear in the members, name committee chair people, engage in any floor proceedings, or launch any investigations into the Biden administration. Steve Scalise said, "We all came here to get things done." He offered a rousing speech urging his colleagues to drop their protest. But I don't think they're going to do that. Kind of a chaotic start to the new Congress, to say the least. Pointing to a very difficult road for Republicans. In charge of the House for the first time in more than a decade. You've got a new generation of conservative Republicans, many of which were aligned with the MAGA agenda. They want to end the business as usual there in Washington, D.C. The likes, of Mitch McConnell. McCarthy's actually being kind of labeled right up in there with Republican in name only. Now, it was the second time conservatives pushed forward a rather reluctant Jim Jordan. The McCarthy rival turned ally who earlier actually urged his colleagues, even those who backed him, to vote for McCarthy. Jim said we have to rally around him. We have to come together. Jordan got 6 votes in the first round, 19 in the second round, and, of course, 20 in that third vote this past day. How many votes will it take? Will they convince some of these younger conservatives to make the switch? So the battle is on for the new Congress. What a way to start. Tuesday, first day, the new Congress. What a way to start the new year. Our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So with the passing of 2022, we roll into 2023. Here's California doing whatever they can. I mean, literally to, the old adage, shoot themselves in the foot. Yeah, we've had supply chain issues for the past 2 years. Of course, much of that attributed to the pandemic. But here's California. Regulation that was issued by the California Air Resources Board all the way back in 2008 actually went into effect on January 1. And this regulation will have the effect of making a large number of commercial vehicles that are operating in the state illegal, or as Californians might like to put it, undocumented. This rule states, as of January 1, 2023, any vehicle weighing at least 14,000 pounds operating in the state must not have an engine that was manufactured prior to 2010. Their justification, requiring engines that hadn't even been built at the time they passed this regulation, was based on the theory that future engines would do a better job of reducing emissions. When we passed the regulation in 2008, it was to reduce community exposure to toxic air contaminants. It's 100% based on public health, according to the Air Resources Board. Now, as might have been predicted, the regulation is about to potentially cause chaos for California's teetering economy. By the way, California saw another 6-figure population exodus last year. Now, why might this cause chaos? Well, about 70,000 big rig trucks that are operating in the state, about 10% of the state's total, are still not compliant with the law and thus supposedly must immediately cease operating in the state. The potential economic disruptions, not enough to deter California. They will immediately begin denying registration for trucks with older engines. Plus, the board promises that their enforcement group will be auditing trucking companies and begin issuing citations to those that still have trucks with older engines in their active fleets. Now, the rule does also apply to trucks that are based out of state and merely travel into California. Now, that will threaten disruptions to trucking routes throughout the country, and may actually strain the already fragile supply chain nationwide. However, Biden's Environmental Protection Agency apparently working with California to enforce this regulation on out-of-state truck drivers. According to KCRA, there are numerous truck lobbying groups begging the state of California to delay the implementation of this rule for at least another year. But those pleas apparently falling on deaf ears. We, as an association, are seeing members drop because of this rule. They've simply decided they're not going to go out and spend $150,000 on a truck that could lead them to bankruptcy. So says the Director of Government Affairs for the Western States Trucking Association, Joe Rakovacs. Also noted that even trucking companies that can afford compliance with this regulation have found difficulty purchasing a new truck due to the supply chain disruptions in the truck manufacturing industry. So that is in place as we speak in California. All right, what next to shoot yourself in the foot, California? Because we're going green, right? Would that be the inbred redneck for the new year?
Oh, yeah, buddy. Oh, yeah, buddy. Well, you've been on a vacation, ain't you?
Indeed.
You had a good Christmas, a good New Year's. Just let me ask you a personal question. Did you wear the wig on New Year's Eve?
The wig?
Yeah.
You mean like the one I had on for Halloween?
Yeah, buddy. Yeah. I want to know how good the party was, buddy.
Yeah, I did not wear the wig.
Yeah. Oh, come on, buddy. Oh, we got to figure it out. How to get you in that good mood again. Have the super party of a lifetime, but I'm about to tell you how it all works. But I'm going to tell you one thing, though, before that. Them daggone Republicans are going to mess around and get a daggone Democrat for House Speaker.
If they're not careful. Well, I mean, I don't think any Republicans are going to vote for Hakeem, but.
Well, I know it, but if they keep on messing around, there is a chance that those 212 votes will outrun old McCarthy or Jordan or who's the other guy they had up there for a little bit. Anyway, it doesn't matter. They got to make some people happy. And I don't know if they can do it. Because some people are just towing the party line, and then other people are actually thinking, you know. And the way I look at it is McCarthy is sold, bought, and paid for. We all saw what he was doing while old Trump was in there. And hell, he was fighting a guy worse than the daggone Democrats were, if you ask me. But that's just my opinion. I'd rather see somebody else be Speaker of the House. But I'm about to make a lot of people happy, Steve. If they just listen to me. I have some investments of a lifetime.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Buddy.
Happy New Year.
Yes, buddy. I am looking out for everybody out there, even the big moose. Daggone, we've had some bad blood in the past, but I tell you what, I'm sure he's got plenty of dough and everything else. He was talking about his tax returns. Well, I'm here to help everybody. Even if you think I'm some crazy old dope-smoking hippie or whatever, it doesn't matter to me. I'm just here to help everybody that I can, buddy. Get a drink of that there, sour mash. But buddy, I made this investment back in October in the stock market, threw $1,000 on it, and it has grown and grown and grown. And I have not sold this.
Yeah, well, I got to pause there. So, yeah, hold that thought. News break time, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. After a third round of voting late Tuesday, House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy failed to secure the speakership as the House adjourned until Wednesday.
No persons having received a majority of the whole number of votes cast, a speaker has not been elected.
The U.S. House has not needed more than one vote to elect a speaker in a century. McCarthy has vowed to continue fighting for the position, while conservative opponents say they're committed to changing the status quo no matter how many rounds of voting it takes.
Do you think Congress is doing a good job? The answer is no. So why would we embrace the status quo?
Texas Congressman Chip Roy among the hardline conservative Republicans opposing McCarthy's speakership. Some lawmakers proposing Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan get the gavel. House Republicans, though, planning to launch a subcommittee to expose collusion between federal agencies and private companies. The new Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government will reportedly use the GOP's new House majority to examine how the intelligence community and federal law enforcement influenced corporate America to censor narratives and track citizens. The NFL says football will remain on the back burner as the health of a player remains critical.
As all eyes remain on the well-being and health of Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin, the NFL says the game between the Buffalo Bills and Cincinnati Bengals won't be resumed this week. Hamlin suffered cardiac arrest during Monday Night Football. The league has made no decision regarding the possible resumption of the game at a later date, but added Week 18 will go on as planned this weekend. I'm Tim Berg.
A federal task force is being launched to recover assets of victims of FTX. The Securities and Exchange Commission estimates FTX customers lost over $8 billion. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Pennsylvania police are talking about the arrest of Brian Kohberger, the man accused of butchering 4 University of Idaho students. Police Colonel Robert Ivanchik says he was shocked to learn Kohberger was part of his community.
I did not imagine the investigation would lead to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. My heart goes out to the families of the victims.
His comments come after Kohberger agreed to be extradited from his Pennsylvania home back to Idaho to face murder charges. A survey shows that, quote, seeking therapy is the top New Year's resolution in the most states. Seeking therapy tops the list in 12 states, followed by losing weight in 8 states. Among the states where therapy is the most popular resolution are Arizona, Florida, Missouri, and New York. The survey conducted by Zippia, an online job search agency. Storms over New Year's and a strong snowpack have led to some encouragement about ongoing drought conditions in California. In the first survey of the new year at Phillips Station near Lake Tahoe, the Sierra Nevada snowpack came in at 177% of average, one of the best early season's readings in a long time.
Our snowpack is actually off to one of its best start in the past 40 years. However, that doesn't mean we're out of the woods quite yet.
Sean de Guzman with the California Department of Water Resources. A Missouri inmate, the first transgender woman to be executed in the United States. Amber McLaughlin, executed for stabbing an ex-girlfriend to death nearly 2 decades ago. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Hour number 2 as we're off and rolling for the new year. Just heard him talking there in the news break. Yeah, the snowpack in the Sierra Nevada off to a really good start. Best early snowpack in, like, what do you say, 40 years? Yeah, he also said, well, we're not out of the woods yet with the long-term drought conditions. Well, that's probably going to be changing here. As another major storm will rapidly intensify off the coast of California, slamming into the Golden State, bringing life-threatening flooding, damaging winds, and power outages starting today into Thursday. Now, this right on the heels of deadly flooding and heavy snow we saw over the weekend, the holiday weekend. Hundreds of thousands of power outages. Yeah, they call it the atmospheric river, or this massive plume of moisture originating from the tropical Pacific Ocean, some 2,500 miles away. It's going to bring in heavy precipitation. This kind of a weather setup can lead to excessive rainfall and flooding, as well as a thump of snow that could shut down travel where the atmosphere is cold enough. In this particular case, the event could be classified as, you ever heard of the Pineapple Express? Yeah, the plume of moisture will extend from all the way near Hawaii. Yeah, there is a significant risk for flash flooding. Yeah, people are going to have to watch for and avoid rapidly rising water. Yeah, AccuWeather forecasters tell us the flooding may result in street and highway closures. This is going to be a dangerous, high-impact storm for California. Life-threatening conditions, significant disruptions that may last for several days. Mudslides are among the dangers that may persist for several days even after the rain ends. Now, not only will this storm be intense, tapping into a substantial atmospheric river, but it's also arriving just days after the previous storm that brought heavy rain and already brought some significant flooding, increasing the impacts and the risk with this second round. Undergoing bombogenesis, a bomb cyclone, rapid intensification is what we've called it for years. Now, the atmospheric river will initially be directed into Northern California here Wednesday, moving into Central California by Wednesday evening, then reaching Southern California Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Rainfall rates may exceed 2 inches per hour in some areas, especially over the higher terrain. Numerous areas will face excessive rainfall. We're talking on the order of 4 to 8 inches of rain. Could see some 12-inch rainfall totals approaching. Now, rain of that magnitude on top of the several inches of rain that fell on New Year's Eve could result in dangerous flash flooding and mudslide situation for a number of communities in the state of California. In advance of the potential flooding, the Department of Water Resources stated this past day that they've pre-positioned flood fight materials and equipment at 38 different locations. They've deployed levee inspectors before the rains arrive. Areas at the greatest risk for upwards of 4 inches of rain include coastal areas just north of San Francisco, areas just south of San Francisco to the mountains just north of L.A. An evacuation advisory was actually issued this past day for several coastal areas of San Mateo County, just south of San Francisco. A mandatory evacuation order issued for Watsonville, about 50 miles south of San Jose. Another pocket of, say, 4 or more inches of rain likely to pour down in the west-facing lower slopes of the Sierra Nevada, just east of Sacramento to just east of Redding, California. Looks like the cities of San Francisco, Sacramento, Los Angeles will still receive heavy enough rain from this storm to lead to some flash flooding once again. San Francisco looks to pick up 2 to 4 inches of rain, 1 to 3 inches all the way down to Los Angeles. And much of that's going to fall in a 12-hour window or less, which means a quick runoff. If you're going to be traveling through the region, you may encounter washed out secondary roads. You may have to be looking at taking some detours. Another significant problem is going to be the strong winds approaching hurricane force, 74 miles or greater in some areas. That's going to be created as the barometric pressure plummets in the storm, causing the air to rush in toward the center of the storm. That means, obviously, trees, power lines coming down. Travel during the height of the storm is being strongly discouraged. As the tree limbs break, trees come crashing down, people in stopped vehicles could be in danger of having toppling trees coming down on their vehicles. Now, it looks like snow levels in the Sierra Nevada should be mostly above pass level today. They begin to lower Wednesday night and Thursday, several feet of snow, especially above 7,000 feet. Travel through the higher passes, probably Wednesday night into Thursday, will become difficult with high snowfall rates near zero visibility and strong winds. They're already telling us there's the potential for closures along I-80 with the heavy snowfall. The highway in the Sierra Nevada was closed for many hours over the New Year's weekend as the snow had piled up fast and numerous stalled vehicles. Snow levels will probably remain above the Southern California passes. Some snow could fall for a time at Siskiyou Summit along I-5 near the Oregon-Northern California border there. So big-time rains, without question. This barrage of storms will tremendously help with the long-term drought in California and many other parts of the West. Some reservoir levels may actually surge to full capacity before this storm train eases down later in the month of January. So good news for the reservoirs. They really need some rain, right? All right, back to the inbred redneck. All right, got a chance to make $1 million here, huh?
Well, buddy, I think this has still got a long way to go. It is already went up like daggone. Shoot, let's see, 500, 800%, buddy.
800%.
I made 800% off of this since October of this year. And it's a hydrogen company for Europe, buddy. And sometimes you got to invest in things that you don't believe in. It's like, I don't like this hydrogen, but daggone, it's probably a better investment than buying Exxon. Petrochemical companies right now, or whatever. I'm not saying that they're not a good investment, but I'm just saying this one is a little bit of a startup, and it's in Europe. And what you got to realize is in Europe, all the governments are liberal over there. You know what I'm saying, buddy? You got two parties over there. You got the Socialist Party, and then you got the Communist Party, and that's it. So, and they're all on this green deal. But the stock is Vision Energy Corporation, VENG. And y'all can check it out for yourself. And daggone, I bought 400 shares for $1,000. Shoot, back in October. I think it was October 13th. And today we're sitting right around $8,000 for those same shares. I think it's still got a lot to go. Still got a lot to go.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's going to be great. Now, this other one, it's a cryptocurrency, buddy, and it is fallen 90% over the past year. But it's got some volume going into it, and it looks like it's ready to pick back up. And the great thing is, it is its own exchange. You can get it there, or any of the big crypto trading apps, platforms. I won't tell you which one to go buy because of all that FTX stuff and all
Right,
that. You know,
right.
buddy, how it goes with that. Sam Bankman-Fried and all that. You gotta pick your shots wisely. But the volume's starting to come in it, and it's Avalanche, AVAX. Buddy, it's about I think 1086 the last I checked, or 11, something like that. But I think this year, once all the people get shook out of it, which I think has already happened, and we went into a bit of a crypto winter. It may not be over with just yet, but I'm seeing little sparks of life in there, a little bit of volume coming in. And I give this to you free, people. If it don't work out, hell, blame me.
Well,
we'll
consult your financial advisor, right? And make your investments wisely. Interesting, though, the whole hydrogen thing. I actually had the story over here that I think I printed this up just before we headed out for the Christmas break there. And it was a statement from Toyota's president, Toyota Motor Corporation's president, Akio Toyoda. While electric vehicles may seem to be all the rage in the automotive space these days, Toyota is pumping the brakes on the idea of an all-in approach to electric. People involved in the auto industry are largely a silent majority, he says. That silent majority is wondering whether electric vehicles are really okay to have as a single option. But they think it's the trend, so they can't speak out loud. Because the right answer is not clear. We should not limit ourselves to just one option. Now, he said during the past few years, he's attempted to communicate this idea to stakeholders in the automotive industry, including government figures. But he said that his effort has been tiring at points. Is there interest in electric vehicles? Well, yeah. Is it more than, say, 10 or 15% of our customers? No way, according to one dealer based in Illinois. According to the Journal, Toyota said that other options like hydrogen-powered vehicles are starting to receive a better reception, even from government leaders, media figures, and people in the vehicle industry. Now, the left, of course, has been fanatically pushing electric vehicles as they talk about the climate change. But electric vehicles do remain impractical in many cases. For instance, they require significant time to recharge, which could be an inconvenience when recharging in the middle of a long trip. They're obviously less affordable to purchase than your traditional gas-powered vehicles. But Toyota says, he actually pointed out, hydrogen is starting to really get a better reception. Very interesting. Let's get to Always Moving for the new year. Happy New Year, Always Moving.
Happy New Year to you, too, and to everybody else. Did you have a wonderful holiday?
Had a good Christmas and New Year, yes, indeed. Enjoyed some time off.
Oh, that's good. I had a nice, quiet Christmas at home and with all of the blizzard-like conditions, and then worked New Year, so that was okay, too. So we're kind of seeing the RSV calm down at the hospital a little bit, but then we got the big measles push, so we've had that, and now strep throat is going around all over the place. So if it isn't one thing, it's another that'll get you. And now with everyone going to the holidays, if they did get out, they're going to mix it all up from across the country and bring back all sorts of new stuff. So
right. Yeah.
In about 2 weeks, we'll be brimming again. So can you imagine back in the days when the government was formed that the founding forefathers sat around and said, you know what? You can't ride a horse that's older than 12 years. We're going to stop. You can only ride horses that were bred or foaled after, such and such a date. And we're going to make sure that only those horses are the ones that are on the road. And that's exactly what you've got going on with California. Or if the founding fathers said you can only have a horse that's eating pure grass, you can't have anything that eats grain, because that creates more gas than just a grass-fed horse. Something along those lines. And that is an absolute ridiculous government overreach. It's ridiculous. And when I stop and think about all the things the government has put their little fingers into in order to, quote, make my life better, if it only saves one life, if it only saves that one life, it's all for the children, and it's for those that are in need, and blah, 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 blah.
Yep.
That's not what the government was meant to do. And it would make life a lot better if they would back out and just let some things be and quit sticking their noses into absolutely every aspect of our life. And I'm sorry, I hope I don't get you banned from YouTube. I'm so sorry. I guess I shouldn't have said that. But anyway, and that's another thing of saying misinformation, that, they're the ones that are going to determine what's misinformation for me. That's up to me to decide, when I read something, whether it's from whatever. You have to let people figure things out on their own. You don't spoon feed everything to them. That's not the way to encourage growth and development and learn and critical thinking on your own. You teach people what are good things to look for, but you don't spoon feed them the answers. So anyway, I could go on and on, but so anything else new and exciting?
Just a new year. I'm ready for 23.
Well, I started last fall. I was starting to have some water pressures. I'm on well water out here, and had some water pressure issues last summer, and had found out a couple years ago that the ductwork for the heating and air had all fallen down in the crawl space from the crawl space flooding, because the sump pump goes out, and you don't know the sump pump goes out until the crawl space is flooded. And so I haven't had heat for about 6 years now. I get along fine. I don't have that option. Haven't had air conditioning for over 20 years. So anyway, long story short, I got to have water. And I had gone to the bank 6 years ago, and I said, look, I asked him about helping me out with the heat, and the guy says, no, we can't help you out. And I said, okay. And back then I had an estimate of $6,000. Well, I went back to the bank this fall, and I said, look, I can do without the heat, but man, I got to have water. So he said, well, let's take a look at this, get me some estimates. So I had a company come out that I've been doing some work with here lately. I didn't like the guy's answer. I don't think he knows what he's talking about why he thinks why the water pressure has dropped. And the house was 30 years old. I thought maybe it was the pump. He said, no, your pump's fine. Well, pump's fine. And I thought about it, and I thought, well, I really, to get the water, he said, the bank said, well, let's go ahead and get the HVAC done too. You really can't do that unless you get that crawl space fixed, because, the ductwork's all down there, and why put up new ductwork if it's all going to get soaked in the crawl space? So anyway, all this fall, since October, I've had people out here doing estimates, looking at the crawl space. Well, of course, then when they're up looking in the attic, I'm looking at the roof going, well, that's a 30-year roof. One thing has led to another.
Yep.
It's the daggondest mess. And basically, you're supposed to rebuild your house after 30 years. And I'm sick to be tied that no two people can agree on what needs to be done. And that the prices are absolutely through the roof. Anywhere from $12,000 to $30,000 for HVAC, $46,000 for geothermal. Crawl space, you're looking at $28,000. The roof was $500, and all he wants to do. And I'm just rolling my eyes at all this, and I'm going, "Are you people what?" I mean, I guess they think I'm old, desperate, made of money. I don't know. And I'm stupid, and I'm not stupid. And I keep doing my research and reading about things, and I have a cousin I've been consulting who's very knowledgeable in this stuff. At this point, I'm ready to figure out how to sister a joint myself. Doesn't look like it's that complicated.
For those kind of numbers, you might as well buy a new house.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, what they are talking about, and this is nothing aesthetically pleasing. This is not windows. This is not siding. This is not the framing. I mean, I know what I paid, what we paid to build the house. You're almost there. You are almost there with just those four things. And it's like, you got to be kidding me.
Wow.
So, I don't know. I'm thinking I can live a long time without the HVAC. Crawl space has got to be done. Roof 30 years, yeah, you got to do that. And I contacted the same roofer who put it on, because the roofer, I tell you what, that roof is impeccable. I hate messing with it because there's been nothing wrong with it for 30 years. But I don't want to do a financial deal and then, a couple months later, the shingles start flying.
Yeah. Hey, well, I got to hit my break there. It's bottom of the hour, so we'll pause and be back after this.
USA News Update. The man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students is waiving extradition to face murder charges in the state. According to his public defender, Brian Koberger wants to return to Idaho to prove he's innocent. He was arrested last week after weeks of investigations led by the local police and FBI. The former king of crypto appears before a judge in federal court.
FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried pleaded not guilty to fraud and other criminal charges, making his second appearance in a U.S. court following the collapse of his cryptocurrency exchange. He faces over 100 years in prison if convicted. I'm Tim Berg.
It appears House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy will lose the second round of voting in the election for Speaker. McCarthy doesn't have the votes to hit the 218 that's needed to secure the Speaker's gavel. Multiple ballots have been needed to choose a Speaker, something the House hasn't seen in 100 years. Jeremy Scott, USA News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur. Let's make sure your current payroll provider isn't overcharging you, shall we? First, go to your payroll provider's website to see what you're currently paying. Oh, what's that? You can't clearly see your pricing because your vendor is running a temporary sale or making you call for a free quote? That's unfortunate. If you go to PatriotSoftware.com, you will instantly see our payroll pricing for companies with 1 to 100 employees. Well, there you go. At least now you know what you should be paying for payroll. Go to PatriotSoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll processing free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time in.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels. vehicles.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, jump back into it here. Hello to John. He says, well, anyhow, GM parts train just made it to Angola, Indiana tonight. Parked on my 8-hour sleeper split. Grand Rapids pickup, 10 in the morning. Had some lightning last night in central Kentucky. So close it made my neck hair stand up. Yeah, had some strong storms pushing there through Kentucky this past morning. Anyway, 56 degrees here at this hour. Everybody stay blessed and safe out there. Hey, who else? There's Dan, or Don, rather. Don checks in. Got you tuned in, sounding good in Kentucky tonight. Cheryl, happy 24 from Rocco and Cheryl in Iowa. Good to have you with us. Let's see. There's Justin. Good to have you on board. Let's Dipsy Driver kind of chatting with some of the friends. There's West Michigan. Crazy Ray checking in from West Michigan. 40 degrees. Happy New Year. It's going to be a wild one in 2023. There's Tim the Pilot. Great to see you back on YouTube, Steve. We just landed in Anchorage. It's a balmy 23 degrees. Hope y'all are keeping it safe out there tonight. Happy New Year. All right, Tim the Pilot, good to have you on board as well. Hoot Hoo checks in. Definitely a Happy New Year. So glad you're back. Can't say you was going to direct the conversation, though. Good morning, Steve. Okay. Yeah, I love that spell check thing he says. All right, always moving. Yeah, thanks for hanging in there.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for listening to me. So that's been my major project here for the last couple of months, is listening to people and having them in the house and crawling around and looking at everything. And drawn out plans and throwing large numbers at me. And then, of course, well, we have this end of year. You've got to get into it before the end of the year, and I can give you this big discount and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
I'm not making any decisions like that. And I appreciate that they're salesmen trying to make their way in the world and all that. But, I sit down and I'm like, they write it all out, and then they just give you a lump sum figure clear down to the penny. And I've called a couple of them and I said, so how'd you get that number? I mean, there's nothing broken down here. Would you pull it out of your rear? Where did that number come from? And I had one guy come back out and he said, I can't print it up. Well, I can see it on your computer. Seriously, you can't print that off even though you're showing it to me on the computer? I mean, these are things that I just roll my eyes and I wonder about.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not a stupid person, and I don't have money to just throw around left and right. So it's one of those things that it's very disheartening to be in that position and to feel that people are trying to take advantage of me. And I don't know that they are, but it sure does seem like it. Don't even tell me about a discount, because it should just be the price. I'm not good at that haggling thing, and I'm not going to do all that. I mean, either the price is what the price is what the price is. When I gave writing lessons or, did cakes, I don't haggle about the price of the cake. That's the price of the cake. That's it. That's what it is. If you want to give me a tip, great. If you don't, that's fine too. That's the price of the cake. These are your writing lessons. This is how much it costs to come out and ride, blah, blah, blah. So I don't do all that other thing. I don't walk into someone at a restaurant and say, really, you want $5 for that hamburger? How about I give you, I don't know, $3? Is that going to work? What do I get for $3 on my burger?
Yeah.
So, but some of these prices I'm seeing, and I look online and it's like, what's the average price in my area? And it's so far different than what they're quoting you. It's crazy. And the sad part of it is, you build a house 30 years ago, codes were what they were. The contractor builds it to codes, it passes inspections. I've done everything they've asked me to do. 20 years ago, I had another contractor come in, do some upgrades. He says, well, codes have changed, we got to fix it, blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, he fixes it. I do what he tells me to do. And now I have these guys out, and they're going, codes have changed. You can do this, blah, blah, blah. And I'm thinking, what? What? And yet what they're telling you sounds nice. I mean, it's like, yeah, that'd be nice. But seriously? That's all we have to do? I don't know. And so that's been my frustration. And you turn the radio on, and I honestly did try to listen to the news the other night for the first time in I don't know how many years on TV, like the 6:30 news.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. I mean, I am so sick of the Trump bashing. I can't take it. And it doesn't matter what day I turn it on or whatever. And that's how, there's always something about President Trump that they're going after him for. And that is why I quit listening to the late night talk shows, because President Bush had been out of office for a long time, George W., and every time I would turn on David Letterman, he would still go after him. And I had stopped watching Letterman for a long time. And then one night I turned him back on. Well, there was another George W. Bush. And I'm like, he's been out of office. Give it a rest. 2 years later, after President Bush had been out of office for 2 years, I turned on the TV 11:30 at night to watch David Letterman, and he was still going after President Bush. And that was it. I have not watched any of the late night talk shows since then. And that's a shame that, it's worse than a pit bull. They just can't let it go. And that's how I feel it is about President Trump, that they just can't let it go. And I'm not stupid about that either, but knock it off. But anyway, I could go on about that. So I have a hard time listening to the news. And now I'm having a hard time with the whole construction deal going on here at the house. And so we'll see. I'll figure something out somehow, some way. But I might wind up being a little contractor myself. Who knows? But anyway, so I'm glad everybody had a good time and for the holidays. Yay for that. And I will give a very short, quick. I had tried to call you before Christmas. I had a great Christmas story, but the reception was bad, so I'm going to make it very, very brief. I went to the George Wagner sentencing. Powerful, powerful statements in person to hear them and to see the family and all. I mean, it was really something. And what you didn't hear on the news was the story that Tony Roden told at the end. And he was the brother of all the Rodens that were killed and all. That his mother, Geneva, their Christmas tradition is that they have all the kids there at the house, and they come up and they sit on Grandma's lap, and she gives them a toy. And the Wagners were arrested in November of 2018, I believe. And that Christmas, they made a lot of phone calls and managed to get George Wagner's son, Bolvine, to the house. And not only did they have Bolvine, of course, they had Sophia because she is a Roden by lineage also. She's a Wagner Roden. And he said he was sitting in the kitchen at the kitchen table crying as his mother called little Bolvine up, and he crawled up on her lap, and she gave him a hug, and she gave him a Christmas gift, and sent him on his way. And I tell you, the tears were just rolling down my face when I heard that. You had the son of the people who wiped out 7 members of your family, 8 members of your family, to your house for Christmas. And after he spoke, there was no one else, and he spoke for his mom. I went over and I introduced himself to him and his mom, and I thanked her for showing the world how it's supposed to be. And I told them both they were the most class act I had seen in a long, long time. And they really were, with how they spoke together themselves. And you had to have heard it in person. It was absolutely beautiful. But when you can invite the child of the people who wipe out family members to your house for dinner, set them on your lap, give them a hug, and give them a gift, that's Christmas. So that was my little Christmas story I had to share.
Very good.
So I hope everybody had a wonderful, isn't that something? And nobody knew that. And I mean, nobody on our side of the room knew it until he told that story. And it was like stunned. I mean, it was just really stunning to hear that. So that's love. That's pure love. And she knew he was an innocent child. So God love him for that. Well, I will let you go, and hopefully we'll get to chat at you again. I got to get up here at 4 o'clock and get rolling for the next day.
That'll be here before you know it.
Talk to you later. And
thank you much. Have a great night. Good luck with the home projects there. Yeah, the frustrations of being a homeowner. Yeah, it's always something, right? Just when you think you got everything all back up to snuff, and what's not working today? It's 844-844-3388. Let's check in with Brain Dead. Happy New Year.
Same to you, Steve. I hope everything you had over the holidays was very interesting, right?
How about you? Did you have a good Christmas?
It was all right. Just went and got to see my family. We only see them about one time a year, so. But, yeah, you talking about California, we had flooding of our own today over there in Memphis. Our street is still flooded as of right now. They had it blocked off, and poor dingbat, she sent me a video of one of our sheriff's deputies' cars that got stuck in the flood water. Remember that phrase, turn around, don't drown? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got a tow truck after him. What was it, California? Yeah, the truck that I'm in here it came from California. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. But my question is, what are they going to do with these historical trucks? I saw a guy in California who's got a 55 Kenworth. And what are they going to do? Not register it for him to be on the road, or is there going to be an exception?
Good question for a historical truck. Yeah, good question.
And for always moving, yeah, that price is an estimate. My cousin does heating and air, and I saw him over the winter, over the Christmas holiday, and that's pretty much just an estimate. that's just best case scenario. And if they have to go in and tear open walls or floors or whatnot, you're looking at more money. Plus, with all the electronics now, that's what's really driving up the prices, because we're looking to put in the shop one of those little mini split AC systems, and he says stay away from those because those have way too much electronics and they're going to break down. Best thing to do is just stick with what you got. So we're going to try to figure out what we're going to do at the shop as far as all of that goes. But have you talked to Gilligan at all lately?
No, I haven't really talked to hardly anyone since the New Christmas break.
Yeah, apparently he didn't tell you about what was found in the back of the GMAB Enterprises warehouse, did he?
I have not been informed, no. What'd you find?
Well, see, me and Dingbat went into the back of the warehouse, and you know, we were supposed to have released this like a few weeks before Christmas, so we're going to have a special markdown sale starting at midnight tonight. And what it is it's the Hot Shot Secret Christmas album. You know, you're going to hear poor Dingbat sing "Hark the Herry Angels Sing," and me sing "Police Stole My Car," and oh yeah, Gilligan singing "Walking Around in Women's Underwear." So you know, we're going to have six CDs, 44 songs over 6 CDs, Steve, for $44.95. But wait now,
there's
the
more.
limited edition, so you might want to get yours now. And see, we're going to have it on four cassettes for $8.95, or even better if you're like the Steve Summers El Cheapo, 2 8-tracks for $4.95, Steve. So have a good morning.
And sing it along with Gilliclaws. All right, 12 before the hour. Let me see here. We'll get to cue ball coming up next. Eagle is on board, and room for you at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Coming up, we'll get to some of the industry headlines here. Lots to update on. Give you the breakdown on, surprise, the ELD mandate. The thing that was going to make everything so much safer out there. The FMCSA's own numbers are painting a distinctively different story. Large truck fatality crashes actually dropped in the year 2020, but you got to keep in mind 2020, how much less traffic was out there because of the pandemic. Aside from that, you go back to 2015, the numbers going up and up and up. the crash stats are moving in the wrong direction since the FMCSA began full enforcement of the ELD in 2018. Are you surprised? Morning, Cue Ball. Happy New Year.
Morning, Steve. Happy New Year. ELDs don't make you less tired. Wow. Not like we didn't know that before. Oh, my God. That's insane. You know, unfortunately, after how long has this been going on, you know the government's never going to turn around and be like, oh, we were wrong, then we'll go back to the way it was when it was safer.
Yeah.
No. That doesn't work that way. So, I was going to talk about the whole thing with trucking in California and all this green energy nonsense, but kind of getting on press for time on this last bit of this hour. But I tie it in somewhat with the politics of it. You know, they're talking about not in 100 years had this issue with figuring out who's going to be Speaker of the House. I don't know about you, but I never really did trust McCarthy. I just, you know, if you think on these slick, you know, California politicians, and I just never really trusted that he would actually fulfill the things that he says he's going to do. He kind of, to me, comes across as one of these old world. I don't necessarily think he's a rhino to the point like a Mitch McConnell or like a Mitt Romney.
Mm-hmm.
But he's a representative. He's not a senator. So, you know what I mean? He's not as big as the other guys that just mentioned. But I don't really trust this guy. You know, and one thing we've learned is if you want to, it sounds dumb, but if you want to shake stuff up, you actually got to grab a hold of something and start shaking it. You can't just, you know, talk. How many years, Steve? How many years have we, you know, I think it's a phrase you use all the time. How many years have we held our nose to vote? We don't really want to vote for this clown. We're just voting against the other clown.
Correct.
How many years have we done that?
Yep.
You know, I'm 45 years old. When I voted for Donald Trump, that was the first politician I voted for in my life. I always voted against the other clown. But Trump was the first one I voted for. And like I said, I'm old enough where it's like, you know, I didn't just start this yesterday. So I do believe that, you know, we need somebody in leadership that's actually going to take care of business. What I mean by that is, you know, Trump got elected, the Russia nonsense came out, and once they found out that was a bunch of, you know, BS, I almost said it, sorry, heads are supposed to roll for that. None did. Not only did heads not roll, nobody even got a finger wagged at them. Nobody of any consequence. So, enough's enough. We already know that we have a two-tier justice system that, you know, if you spit on the wrong sidewalk in the wrong part of D.C., you're going to wind up in solitary confinement at the Patriot, in the Patriot wing over there in the Federal Corrections. But if you give out government secrets because you're hiding emails in a server in a bathroom, and kind of, you know, they don't do nothing to you. In fact, you get to keep your job and everything goes good. You know, you get to, you know, look at all the nonsense with, you know, I was going to go into the Hunter Biden laptop thing, but man, just go back to the original, you know, Hillary Clinton computer email server nonsense. Nobody's heads roll for that. So it's time to actually start. I'm tired of we're in Congress and we're going to investigate. Well, big freaking deal. Investigate this. You're not going to, what are you going to do? That guy's guilty of something. We figured it out. Okay, what are you going to do about it? We're going to talk about it. That's what we're going to do. What good does that do? Who's gotten to jail for any of this nonsense we've seen in the last 5-6 years? Nobody. I think it was to be factual. It was one low-level clown with the Hillary email thing or something, but nobody of consequence has ever faced any kind of consequence at all. I mean, this guy John Durham. I mean, I just bought a thing of milk at the truck stop just recently. His face is on the milk carton. He's missing. Where is this guy? This is the slowest guy I've ever seen on planet Earth to investigate anything. I mean, what's he? I'm literally picturing like an ant with a magnifying glass trying to find out where his hole is. It's like, what are you doing? You're not. Nothing's getting done, and it's about time that a real leader gets in Congress and actually gets crap done. Investigate something and get some freaking charges on people. If you find somebody that was, weaponizing the DOJ, the FBI, IRS, you name it, I want to see some people in prison. And that's what it.
Yeah, and McCarthy's talking the talk right now, but will he follow through, I guess, is the question. And some in the Republican Party don't think he will. But and we pause there. News break time on the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. The House is adjourning until Wednesday after House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy failed to secure the speakership despite 3 rounds of voting. McCarthy was unable to get the 218 votes needed to become speaker due to opposition from hardline Republicans. The House hasn't needed more than 1 vote to elect a speaker in a century. The NFL says football will remain on the back burner as the health of a player remains in critical condition.
As all eyes remain on the well-being and health of Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin, the NFL says the game between the Buffalo Bills and Cincinnati Bengals won't be resumed this week. Hamlin suffered cardiac arrest during Monday Night Football, causing the game to be suspended. The league has made no decision regarding the possible resumption of the game at a later date, but added Week 18 will go on as planned this weekend. I'm Tim Berg.
Pennsylvania police are talking about the arrest of Brian Kohberger, the man accused of butchering 4 University of Idaho students. This comes after Kohberger agreed to be extradited from his Pennsylvania home back to Idaho to face his murder charges. Pennsylvania State Police said officers jumped into action after the FBI asked for surveillance assistance involving Kohberger. Former President Trump is declining to say whether or not he still supports Kevin McCarthy's bid for House Speaker. In a short conversation with NBC News, Trump said, "We'll see what happens," when asked if he is still supporting the GOP leader. A longtime ally of Trump, McCarthy was previously endorsed by the former president for the role. More information is being released following a snowplow accident that left actor Jeremy Renner in the hospital Sunday morning. Washoe County Sheriff Darren Balam says Renner was helping clear his neighbor's roads and retrieving a stuck car when he got out of his snowplow to talk to a family member. On Tuesday afternoon, Renner shared a photo on social media showing his bruised and swollen face with the caption, "Thank you all for the kind words. I'm too messed up right now to type, but I send love to you all." This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Eric Garcetti may get a second chance at an ambassadorship. The Wall Street Journal reports President Biden plans to renominate the former Los Angeles mayor as ambassador to India. Biden previously nominated Garcetti for the same post, but the approval process stalled after accusations arose that Garcetti ignored allegations of sexual harassment lodged against his former top aide. Big banks are projecting an economic downturn. Lance Pry has more.
Big banks are announcing that an economic downturn is fast approaching. More than 2/3 of the economists at 23 large financial institutions that do business directly with the Federal Reserve are saying the United States will have a recession in 2023. 2 others are predicting a recession in 24. Government overspending is a leading cause of inflation, and when it gets real bad, recession. I'm Lance Pry.
Dangerous weather is slamming millions of people across the U.S. Suspected tornadoes touched down in multiple states last night in the south. Meanwhile, out west in California, a monster holiday storm hammered several parts of the state with rain, snow, wind, and historic flooding. Avatar: The Way of Water is swimming in cash at the box office. The film scored the best January Monday of all time, bringing in north of $21 million yesterday. It made $88 million over the 4-day holiday weekend. The NFL says the game between the Buffalo Bills and the Cincinnati Bengals will not be picked back up this week. Bills safety Damar Hamlin suffered cardiac arrest during Monday Night Football yesterday. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA. Or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, there you go. Welcome back. Another hour as we roll into a Wednesday. Yeah, already, technically, we call it hump day, huh? Midweek, back on the job here. Happy New Year. And lines available at 844-844-3388. Let me get back and finish up with Cue Ball. Thanks for hanging in there.
No troubles. Yeah, so in the end, when it comes to the whole speaker of the House thing, need somebody over there that'll actually shake it up, get stuff done. Like, actually get it, get the agenda handled. Don't just yapping about it all day long. It's going to have to take somebody with a little more moxie than a McCarthy, in my opinion. So I hope they figure it out because, I don't know, maybe he's an all right guy, but I don't know. I think to me he's more sloppy than I don't know. Trying to give a good analogy, not coming up on it, but he's kind of sloppy to me. Don't like him. Think somebody else ought to be it. Maybe Jim Jordan ought to step up to the plate. He said he don't want it, but I think he's got more moxie than McCarthy, to be honest. I don't need somebody that says everything's so smooth and perfect on camera. I need somebody to give red face and pound the table. That's what I'm looking for. All right, speaking of red face and pound the table, get into the trucking side of things. So California back in 2008, in a disparate wisdom, decided to ban engines that weren't even designed, let alone built yet.
Correct.
And now they're getting ready to eat it, huh? The problem with California is it literally did spread like everywhere else. If I've ever really say, California, like, it happens there first and then it winds up every place else. And what I mean by that is California, I think, personally, is lost. It's done. It's over. Put a fork in her. She's done. Anybody, I'll give you a classic example, right? I'm originally from New Jersey. Most people know this. That means I was born and raised there. My parents used to live there. Now imagine that. My mom and my dad, they think kind of similar to me for the most part. They do. In New Jersey, you're not going to get government in the state of New Jersey that would closely represent me or my family. The reason for that is people like me and my family, we moved. Not only did I move, but now after COVID, my parents did too. So if my parents and a whole lot of other people of similar mindset moved out of New Jersey, who's going to vote out the nutjob politicians that ruined the state? Nobody. New Jersey's done. New York State, same. It probably even worse. New York State's done. It's over. California, much the same. Anybody with a brain politically has left. There's nothing there for you. Why would you still be there? I watch, sometimes they'll talk about on the news, and maybe I'm being a little harsh, but that's me. It's the way I think. I think, if I remember, I don't remember the specific news thing that Tucker had on. It was probably about 6 months ago. Somebody got hurt or hit or smacked in the back of the head. I don't remember. One of those random attacks out in California, and the lady was on Tucker, or it might have been a different show, like a flash mob came into the store, perhaps. Any of that, right? I kind of want to ask them, when they're going on crying about, my store got broken into 17 times. I'm over there screaming at the TV while I'm holding my coffee in the morning. Who'd you vote for? Because if you voted for the people that are in there right now, tough crap. You get what you deserve. That's what you voted for. That's what you got. You break it, you buy it, right? These are the consequences of your decisions. These are the consequences of your actions. Suck it up and deal with it. Get your store broken into another 38 times. Get pushed onto the train tracks at the subway station another bunch of times, lady. You voted for this madness? Live with it now. You got it coming to you. There you go. Is that cruel? Maybe. But that's how I think. And I'm starting to think a lot more people are coming to that realization where it's like, bad things happen to good people, but good people really do dumb crap, and maybe ought to be responsible for the dumb crap that they do, including the decisions that they make when they vote. Look at back to California with the trucks. How many? What's the percentage of trucks that are running 2010 and older engines out there in California? Does it say or no?
The story said 70,000.
Okay, what percentage is that, though? I don't know how many trucks
10%
operate in California.
About 10%.
Oh, okay, so you lose 10% of your trucking.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, suck it up, Buttercup. You voted for that nonsense. I mean, you threw me out of that state long before that, at least with the 2010 model year engine. I remember that they kind of pushed that down the road a little bit, and I don't remember what year. I remember I stopped going in California right about the time when the 07s were getting abandoned or banned out of there, because I used to have to. I had a 99P back then, and I used to pay a guy to run my trailer in and out of the ports for me because my truck was too old for the ports, but I could still run in the state. So I remember when his truck got outlawed, and that's about the same time I just quit going altogether. So I you know what I mean? But my point is, if California loses 10% of their trucks, they voted for that madness. Let them live with it. If they run out of food, they run out of groceries, they run out of fuel, I'll clean it up for radio. F them. You voted for it, you got it. I remember, it wasn't that long ago, Steve. How long have I been saying this nation is self-dividing? And right there, that attitude that I have, that's part of it. The reason my mom and dad left New Jersey, that's part of it. We're self-dividing. It's not going to be Civil War style north versus south. It's going to be red versus blue. And it's going to be scattered all over the place. I don't know. That's the way I see it. I do believe a lot more people are feeling that way. And that's why, back to the original conversation, that's why you see what's going on in the House of Representatives right now. Because people are pissed. And they do not like this stuff anymore. So, I don't know. You want to chase this Green New Deal dream? Okay, when you do, and you run out of fuel, you can't power your home, you can't heat your house. Well, who'd you vote for? Really simple. I know that sounds terrible, but I think it's going to have to be a little bit more like that.
How many times have we heard elections have consequences? I think Barack Obama actually said that, didn't he?
He sure did. He sure did. You know, I don't know. I look at hell. Even look at Europe, man. I remember everybody laughed at Trump when Trump was giving Angela Merkel a bunch of crap about what they were doing with their energy and buying it off of Russia and making. It's like I can't believe how stupid some of them European countries can be. You're going to claim you're doing you're going green. You're going to do the world so much of a favor because you're not going to burn coal. No, you're just going to burn it in Russia and transport the energy from Russia over to Germany. Okay, so when Russia gets pissed off at Germany, they just go, we're just cutting you off. Have a nice day. So, okay, we're still going green. We're just going to call coal. You remember that? It was during not long after the whole Ukrainian thing started with the war over there. Germany just goes, yeah, coal is renewable all of a sudden. I'm like, it's flat. I mean, I don't want to get into the whole thing where we're losing definitions of words anyway because there is no renewable fuel. When it's burnt, it's gone. You're not renewing crap. Until you figure out a way to make energy out of exhaust, you ain't renewing nothing. But with that being said, how they just redefined from dirty-ass coal to renewable energy, it's the same chunk of coal. They go from shutting down their coal-fired power plants to turning them all back on. Like, yeah. And everybody laughed at Trump when Trump told them that was what was going to happen. And it did. Like I said, who'd you vote for? You voted for those people that make those dumb decisions. Now live with it. As for me, I don't know. I try to look ahead. I try to look. Try to see what's coming. But my crystal ball is kind of cloudy. I'm not that good at it.
Right.
But I'm not exactly surprised. I think it's going to get much. I honestly do think it's going to have to get much worse before it starts getting better. The population as a whole has to start suffering for what has been being done. And right now, not everybody is. I mean, they're talking about recession, fuel prices. And that's another thing, Steve. Why in the world, and I have a theory on that, maybe that's a conversation for another day, why in the world, especially in Ohio, why is diesel like $2.20-some a gallon more than gasoline? It's almost like the news only talks about gas prices. The news never talks about diesel prices. And the average housewife complains about grocery prices, but has no idea because nobody explains to her that diesel prices is why groceries are so high. But God forbid she spends another $10 a week in gasoline to put in the minivan or the little SUV. But why is diesel so much more than gas now? I think it's being done on purpose. It used to be cheaper than gasoline. Remember those days?
Oh, yeah. That's up.
I'm not that old, but I do remember it.
Ultra low sulfur diesels when the prices kind of came closer together, but the $2 differential is pretty extraordinary.
Oh yeah. Well, like I said, because the news talks about gas prices, and the people, they don't understand because they're not taught or they don't think. People don't realize that everything you buy goes up because of fuel prices, meaning diesel prices. I say it on my channel all the time, Steve. Diesel powers the economy. Gas only moves your ass. Every single thing you buy in the store, the only time gasoline moves that thing is when you bought it and brought it home. Up until then, from the field from the field to where it was packaged, manufacturing, every bit of it, from the farm tractor to the truck to the store to the distribution plant, everywhere. It's only been ever moved by diesel. The only time it's ever been moved on gasoline is when you bought it and brought it home. But nobody talks about diesel. They only talk about gas. And I think that's why diesel's so much more. I don't want to piss off the housewife. See what happens when you do that. I've rambled on enough for today, Steve.
All right. Well, Cue Ball, Happy New Year. Thanks for checking in here. Have a great morning. It is 844-844-3388. I see some of the guys kind of talking about egg prices. Yeah, they are through the roof, and they're blaming that on the bird flu. Yeah, all through last year, the millions and millions of birds that have had to be culled due to the avian flu. Norman said eggs were $5 for a half dozen. Half dozen? Are you kidding? Yeah, shelves were empty. Well, egg shortage in northern Colorado. Yeah, we bought eggs from Kansas. Dipsy Driver said egg prices here in Michigan, just like most other things, but there are some available. All right, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I do see that, information about the Bills, Damar Hamlin. Not a whole lot being said by the NFL or the Buffalo Bills themselves. Just kind of simply the fact that he's in critical condition. I did come across, Damar's uncle has been speaking to some in the media. He spoke to several sports podcasters and things of that nature. And let's see, according to Newsmax, Damar's uncle said that he actually had to be resuscitated twice after suffering that cardiac arrest. His heart had went out, so they had to resuscitate him twice. Once on the field before they brought him to the hospital. Then they resuscitated him a second time when they actually got him to the hospital. The bill said Hamlin's heartbeat was restored on the field, taken by ambulance to UC Medical Center. And what caused the cardiac arrest, not known definitively at this point, but yeah, most experts are kind of alluding to the blow to the chest. His uncle, who said he watched the game from Pittsburgh, Hamlin's hometown, said doctors told him that Hamlin's flipped over on his stomach in the hospital to take pressure off his lungs so they don't have to work as hard. I said the next step is to get Hamlin, who is sedated right now, on a ventilator. Next step is to try to get him to breathe on his own. They sedated him just to give him a better chance for him just to continue to heal better. But we are just taking it day by day. But it seems like he is trending upwards in a positive way. Again, that according to Hamlin's uncle from the reports I'm seeing here. Well, you hanging in there, Eagle. Happy New Year.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I got a couple things to talk about, Steve. I'm going to start off, because it's at the bottom of the hour, but I'll start off by saying this about the trucking situation to start the year off before I get into what I really want to talk about. Down on Interstate 10, down in Lafayette, Louisiana, the interstate is closed. They had a truck hit an overpass and did a lot of damage. They don't know how long it's going to take to get the road repaired, but Interstate 10, if you're going through Lafayette the next couple of days, you might have to take another route from what I've been understanding. It's on the internet, and I'm headed that way tomorrow, so I'll find out for myself when I get to Lafayette, Louisiana, if the interstate is shut down. But that's what I've been reading about on the on some of these latest internet deals going on. Hopefully it's not true, but like I said before, I'll find out tomorrow what's going on. Now, let's get started on here, Steve. God has blessed me and you and everybody else that's listening to my voice tonight to enter into another year, which is 2023. I thank the Lord for allowing me to make my way into another year and to have a much profitable year just like I did in 22, and everybody else out there, hopefully you can have the same thing. But keep in mind, you have to keep God in your life if you want good things to happen to you. Now, here's how it goes, Steve. You're in Cincinnati, as we both know. You are in the same city where this individual Buffalo Bills football player fell onto the ground flat on his back. Now, I'm going to say this, Steve. I've been watching football for a long time. I even lived in the city of Cincinnati. I told you this before when I was a young kid. I watched a lot of football since the 70s, since I was a young kid. Never have I played football. Never have I seen a man fall flat out on his back like that, Steve. Now, you can take it for what it's worth. Everybody that's listening to me, you can take it for what it's worth, but there's something real strange going on, Steve. So I'm not going to say too much, but just people need to look into this situation. Now, here's how it goes, Steve, with the football situation. You got a guy named Skip Bayless who's a piece of garbage, a piece of trash. He should have been taken off of television a long time ago because of the comments that he have made, even before the comments that he made before this industry took place to this Buffalo Bill football player. The man said that the game should have continued on after this man was transported out of the stadium. Okay, the game should have ended. The NFL, whoever was in charge, did the right thing. They ended the football game as soon as that man was transported out of the stadium. You didn't know if this man was going to live or die. You cannot continue on with the game at this time. Like I say, if a man would have had a broken leg, broken arm, whatever, we've seen this week after week in the NFL, and the game continues on.
Yep. And there's been, I don't know, a little bit of controversy about that. Some people saying, well, people die every day. Hold that thought. We'll get back with more. First, our news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy is still without the votes to become Speaker of the House. Following 3 rounds of voting, the first time the House has needed more than one to elect a Speaker in a century, Oklahoma Republican Representative Tom Cole made a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn until noon tomorrow.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
McCarthy was unable to get the 218 votes needed to become Speaker due to opposition from hardline Republicans. He has vowed to continue fighting for the position, while conservative opponents say they're committed to changing the status quo no matter how many rounds it takes. Arrangements are being made to bring back University of Idaho murder suspect Brian Kohberger to the state after he waived extradition in Pennsylvania. Jeremy Scott, USA News.
The holidays are here. Achieve gifting greatness when you give perfectly aged, tender, delicious Omaha steaks. The steak experts at Omaha Steaks have curated special gift packages to take the guesswork out of gifting and make you a holiday hero. Go to omahasteaks.com and take advantage of 50% off site-wide. Plus, use code TREAT at checkout to get an additional $40 off your order. Send an assortment of mouthwatering favorites guaranteed to impress, like the legendary Butcher's Cut Filet Mignon, air-chilled boneless chicken, ultra good, juicy burgers, even easy to prepare, ready in a flash comfort meals. Omaha Steaks is ready to ship your order right away, so shop early and beat the shipping rush. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout. Omaha Steaks is a gift from the heart, remembered with every unforgettable bite. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com, get 50% off site-wide, plus use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $40 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here at 844-844-3388. We'll get back and finish up with Eagle. Move down the line here. First, I see this whole Jim Jordan thing. Yeah, they're going to convene again, vote number 4, I guess, at the noon hour today for the speaker position. Jim Jordan doesn't want the job, apparently. It's not a decision he's wrestling with, they say. Told reporters this past evening he will not be the next Speaker of the House. You know, this group, I guess he got 20 votes in the third round of voting. Republican defectors, as they're calling them. Kind of throwing a wrench into the plans of Kevin McCarthy. Now, with a thin majority, McCarthy can only lose 4 votes. As we mentioned earlier, he lost 19 in the first round, 19 in the second. He actually lost 20 votes in that third round of voting. So they adjourned for the night. Fourth vote comes up at the noon hour today. But Jordan said after that third vote, he doesn't intend to become Speaker. I'm being clear. I want to chair the Judiciary Committee. I like this ability to cross-examine witnesses and get the truth for the country. That's a big job, and he's very excellent at doing just that. Now, having failed to reach an agreement, McCarthy's opponents kind of teased, they have another candidate in waiting. That idea was kind of met with skepticism from other members of the Republican Party, according to The Hill. But Jordan, regardless of the 20 votes, he's not interested in the job. All right, back to Eagle. Thanks for hanging in there.
Okay, Steve. Before I get to the politics section of my phone call, I want to go back to what I was saying about this Cincinnati Bengal game. Now, I'm going to ask you this question, Steve. How many of these players, you saw the look on these players' faces after this man was laying on the ground, flat on his back. I'm talking about the quarterback for the Buffalo Bills, the quarterback for Cincinnati, and other players. Now, where are these people at now? Where is the quarterback from Cincinnati? Why does he haven't done anything to say to the media? Why does the Buffalo Bills quarterback have nothing to say? Why are these people so quiet right now? Why are they not speaking out about what happened to their teammate and other NFL other people? I believe that these people were told to keep their mouths shut because they know something happened that was real bad, and because these people are too quiet, Steve. I haven't even heard Roger Goodell make a comment. And this is the commissioner of the NFL. Roger Goodell has still not appeared on TV and gave no kind of – all he does is give a statement on Twitter or on some kind of social media background. The man needs to come out and stand in front of a podium and explain to the American people what we saw last night and what is the condition of this athlete that's laying that they say is laying in a hospital. But something very wrong is going on with this situation. So I'll let the people, your listeners, figure out what I'm trying to say. Now let me move on to this other situation, Steve. And this is what I've determined over the last couple of weeks that you was off of the radio and I was on vacation myself for New Year's Eve, and Christmas. Here's what I've come to the determination, Steve, because this is a new year and this is a new Eagle that you're talking to. So here's how it goes. It's obvious to me, I've listened to videos, I've listened to other people, and I told you this a couple of weeks before the end of the new year. It's obvious that Donald Trump, and I'm going by what you see on television, what's happening right now, the Republicans can't even get together to put a Speaker of the House. They can't even, because you got so many turncoats and rhinos or whatever you want to call them that won't even stick. They call themselves a Republican, but they're really a Democrat in disguise, Steve. So it's obvious that the Republican Party is not going to stick together. They're not going to stick together when it comes to Donald Trump. They're not going to stick together when it comes to this McCartney guy either. It's right there before your eyes. So here's my determination and what other people have told me and what I've come to. Donald Trump, we both know, and you and I know, and I think Donald Trump knows by now, he is not going to get the nomination for the Republican for president in 2024. That's obvious that they're going to maybe give it to the man of Florida. They'll find somebody else. But they're determined that Donald Trump is not going to be the representative for the Republicans. And at this point, they're actually doing him a favor because they're not going to support him anyway. So here's how it goes, Steve. If Donald Trump was a smart man, judging by what other people, and I've been hearing, Donald Trump needs to run as an independent. He needs to run as an independent and get his group of people together and get as many people to get on his backbone that won't stab him in the back and that won't turn into a rhino, because it's obvious that the Republican Party is a bunch of rhinos. You see it clearly as day on what's going on with TV right now. They had 3 votes today, and the man still couldn't get confirmed, and he won't get confirmed tomorrow either. They can have as many votes as they want to have tomorrow. McCartney still is not going to get enough votes to get in because you got these turncoat rhinos that are stabbing him in the back every turn they get. And these people need to be called out, Steve. Whatever state and city they live in, the people need to vote them out. Come re-election time for these so-called Republicans, They need to be voted out and sent right back to where they come from. And next time they want to run, maybe they'll run as a Democrat, because that's exactly what they are. And I'm really fed up with it, because, like I say, I sat there and watched it on TV today, Steve, and these so-called turncoats. And that's what these people are. Is you call you want your people from your district to have a nerve to run as a Republican, and then when you get to Washington D.C., you turn into a Democrat. And these people need to be kicked out of Washington D.C. right back to where they come from, because I'm fed up with them, and a lot of other Americans are fed up with them. And maybe we really will have a change in America when we get rid of some of these rhinos. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
So I'm not sure. Are you supporting McCarthy? You the 20 that voted against him? Do you?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not supporting McCarthy, because the Republicans are not going to support him, Steve. There's no telling how many more votes they're going to have before this man is even confirmed, if he gets confirmed. And what I'm saying is that the Republican Party, it cannot be trusted now, Steve. You see how they stab Trump in the back. And do you really think that they're going to support Donald Trump in 2024? Do you think that Donald Trump should put his hopes as run as a Republican in 2024 after seeing what he's seeing on television today, where they can't even stick together to get McCartney in? Do you really think they're going to stick together to get Trump in? So that's the reason why I say that Trump needs to go in as an independent or some other affiliation to try to get into the White House, because if he thinks he's going to get in as a Republican, it's not going to happen. And it's like I said before, as far as McCartney goes, I don't support him, because I don't even trust him at this point.
Okay.
Because Republicans, I hate to say this, Steve, but they can't even be trusted. I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Yeah, I was kind of a little confused there, because I'm trying to figure out who's the turncoat Republicans. Yeah, the ones that weren't supporting McCarthy, or those that are supporting McCarthy. Yeah, a little bit confusing. And the idea of to run as an independent, yeah, you know what that would lead to. That leads to a split ticket as far as Republican and independent votes, those that would support him and those that would not, and all but guarantees, undoubtedly, the Democrat, whoever it might be, would actually win the election. What do you say, Pappy? Happy New Year.
What's happening, Steve? Happy New Year's to you and yours. Yeah, I agree with you, Steve. Going as an independent, not a good idea. We'll just leave that at that. They'll get it together up there, Steve. As far as voting in the House, just give them some time here. Everybody relax, right? I think they'll get it together. Hey, real quick, Steve, we're going to get to this young man that collapsed and literally fell dead on the football field. Thanks to the response of the paramedics and medical staff on the field there, they were able to revive him. Sounds like he coded again when they got him to the hospital.
Correct.
And sounded like they revived him again. So I think the point here, Steve, is that real Americans were probably in that football stands, right? When that young man collapsed, nobody was thinking about politics. Nobody was thinking about race. Nobody was thinking about anything but praying that that young man pulls through. And that's all anybody was thinking. To question what caused this, Steve, that's just human nature.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime something happens, it's just human. I mean, Steve, if you got a phone call tomorrow saying, hey, Pappy dropped dead, oh my God, what happened? You know what I'm saying? It's just human nature to wonder what the hell happened, man.
Yep.
So anybody that's going to bash anybody for maybe even asking questions, I think we got a right to ask questions, but, I mean, give it some time, man. It's only been a day or two. these doctors might not even know at this point.
Well,
you know?
that's what
know.
I'm thinking. I mean, obviously, when they put him under, I guess, what do they call that, an induced coma or whatever, or sedated, if that's the word. I mean, you know, how long did he go without oxygen to the brain? How long does it take for the medical professionals to actually be able to determine?
Right. You know, you had these people on media, Steve, talking about, you know, there's probably two possibilities here. And one of them is, and I forget the medical term for it, you talked about it earlier, but it's extremely rare to where if you get hit in the chest with in a football game or a softball or a baseball, and I guess there's like milliseconds at the point when your heart is getting ready to beat. If you can take a blow to the chest at a certain point in time, you know, it can stop your heart. So that's a possibility. Mm-hmm. And we all know what the other possibility might be. So, you know, it's speculation, you know, so let's just wait, give it some time. These doctors that are talking on TV were not the doctors that were treating this young man.
Correct. And now, most of them I've heard yesterday saying, I'm just speculating. I'm speculating. We're, you know,
yes, sir.
Speculating that this happened. Yeah.
So, but like I said, it's human nature, man. You know, everything I've heard about this young man, he grew up in poverty. And obviously, I think you mentioned his page about trying to get donated some money to kids, Toys for Kids program that he had going on.
Right.
How that took off. So it sounds like, you know, this is a young man that had a good head on his shoulders. And everybody's praying for him, man. Let's just leave it at that, you know, and hope he pulls through and survives this, you know, with no serious long-term outcome that could be bad, like you mentioned. How long did he go without oxygen?
Right.
You know, I know they were bagging him, but still, it's not the same. You know, so Steve, that scumbag. Well, let's put it this way: the suspect scumbag was arrested. That supposedly murdered them 4 young souls in Idaho.
Yes.
So he was found in Pennsylvania. Don't know what led to his arrest. Because everything was sketchy at the beginning, man. They were like, you know, I don't know. I haven't heard anything. But they have made an arrest, so thank God on that. If this is the dude that did this, he will have to meet the maker one day, Steve. Steve, Sam Bankman, Mr. FTX man, right?
Yeah, not guilty.
I don't know if this was before. Yeah, well, I don't know if this was before. You went on your vacation or afterwards. Somebody paid his $280 million bail, Steve. $280 million bail. Who paid his bail, Steve? Any idea? Does anybody know?
Good question, right? Well, I mean, of all the money that disappeared, how much money did his mom and dad have? You know,
well, I mean, for somebody that, you know, supposedly ripped people off for millions and millions and millions of dollars, and for somebody to come up with that kind of money getting out, it just shows he's connected, Steve. That's the point here, right? And I heard this, I can't confirm it, but rumor has it that Epstein lawyer is the one he hired to represent him. Right? So he's got some connections, Steve. You know, I think I told you his aunt is part of the World Economic Forum. His mother who did she have ties with? His parents? What was going on with them?
They were both professors at some university. I'm not sure which one, but
yeah. Supposedly, I heard maybe it was a Clinton judge that also was involved in some of that. But hey, Steve, did you happen to get that email I sent you after the show started?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Oh man,
you're a little nervous about that?
Man, Steve, she has been up my back, let's say, about getting her a car, right? So went out and bought Mercedes a car today, and I think it's time we start letting her to drive to school and back, and that's about it, man. It's been 11 months. February 1st will be a year since that happened. So, I mean, she's going to be 18 here next year, Steve. Or actually this year, this July. So, yeah, man. I mean, Steve, obviously it's, got me worried a little bit, just like a new driver would be. But, so I work Wednesday, Thursday, then I got a week off, and we're going to get her out and do some driving training. I'm not just going to throw her the keys and say, hey, have a good time, man.
Yeah.
So,
well, I
put her in a car.
I would think after all she's been through, she's probably going to be extra cautious driving.
You would think so, You would hope so. She does still to this day has no recollection of the crash at all. Nothing. But, so I just thought I'd share that with you.
Yeah.
So, start of the new year. But, can't keep them tied down forever, Steve, You got to kick them out of the nest here a little bit and let them earn their wings and let them go at some point. So if I didn't think she was, going to be able to operate a vehicle safely, I wouldn't even think about it, but I think she'll be all right. So, all right, my man. Hey, good call by Eagle, a lot of good points. Man, if I have to give a big cookie out for the first time this year, I think Cue Ball might get the big cookie for the first big cookie in 2023. What do you think?
That sounds like a winner.
That's a pretty good call.
There you go.
Yeah. All right, Steve. Good to hear always moving. Been a while since we heard from her. Hope she gets all that mess cleared up, man. As homeowners, we all know, man. What you go through owning the home, So hope everything works out for her.
Yeah. Hey, quick question for
all right,
quick
man,
question for you. I was talking to Steven last week, and he was talking about the stolen cars. And is it correct that the Kias and the Hyundais are the ones that are just disappearing left and right? The Kias, something about they can actually start the car with a USB cord?
Yes. Supposedly, Steve, there's this, I guess, instrument or device that they can literally drive down the street, right? Turn this thing on, and then I guess it'll randomly go through the sequences where it will pick up, the key fob codes to these cars. And, just driving past the cars and unlock these daggone cars and start them like you got a key fob, man. Unbelievable. How do you fight that? Go back to the old, sometimes technology ain't the best thing. I'll tell you, Steve. I got that Chevy Impala. It's nice to stand here in the living room when it was 8 below last week and start that car and let it warm up. That's really nice. But sometimes technology can come back and bite us in the butt. Maybe we should go back to just having a key and do away with these key fobs, man. Steve, all my life I drove. I had to have a key to start that car and open the car door. It wasn't just till a couple years ago, when I had a key fob.
This
no big deal to me. I can throw the thing in the garbage can. I don't care.
Yeah, this Subaru, that's the first one I've had that has the key fob thing. And there's no actual key, just a push button start.
Yeah. Get in there and push the button, I mean, Steve, what's the big deal? Push a button or turn a key? Come on.
Sorry.
But like I said, if you got the self-start thing, you can start it inside your warm house and let it warm up. That's a nice little thing there. But, yeah, he is correct, man, and Steve, I'll tell you, and he probably tells you, man, the car thefts are off the hook. Off the hook. Everywhere. It's, I don't want to say every night, but it seems like damn near every night, we're recovering a stolen vehicle or we are reporting a stolen vehicle. So, it is what it is, man.
Is it just teens
like
going out for joy rides, or is it like an organized crime thing, looking to steal them and sell them?
I think it's more organized. There was a group, young adults, I will say, that were going out. Maybe a gang of 10, right? Going out and doing a lot of this. And it's just unfortunate, Steve. I mean, you catch them, you put the cuffs on them, you take them to jail, they get out of jail, and the judge releases them, And then if they're even found guilty, Steve, they get put on probation, They don't get locked up. So, in order to keep these people locked up, man, you got to have the jail space. And, if you're not going to vote in, I'm trying to think what year it was, Steve. Remember when we voted on the jail here in Hamilton County for a new jail?
Yeah.
It got voted down. I mean, I get it. People don't want to pay more taxes. I mean, I get it. But if you want to lock people up, you got to have a jail to put them in.
And that's the price you pay.
Or prison to keep.
All right, I gotta roll there. Thank you much, Pappy, though.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
USA News, I'm Jeremy Scott.
The motion is adopted. The House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
The House clerk calling an adjournment to the 118th Congress after House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy fails to get enough votes to become Speaker of the House. It follows a historic 3 rounds of voting, something that hasn't happened in the House in 100 years. It was Oklahoma Republican Representative Tom Cole who made the motion to adjourn. McCarthy was unable to get the 218 votes needed to become Speaker due to opposition from hardline GOP members. He has vowed to continue fighting, so have conservative opponents, who say no matter how long it takes. Fans are organizing a moment of silence and vigil tonight for Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin outside the Cincinnati hospital, where he is in critical condition nearly 24 hours after collapsing on the field during Monday night's game against the Cincinnati Bengals. The Bills say he spent last night in the ICU after suffering a cardiac arrest. His family today acknowledged the first responders and healthcare professionals who have been providing, quote, exceptional care to him. Dr. Bernard Ashby, who's a cardiologist at the University of Florida, says timing is everything when the heart stops.
We have a saying in cardiology, in medicine in general, that every minute is oxygen deprivation, and every minute decreases your likelihood of survival.
The Bills say Hamlin's heartbeat was restored on the field before he was rushed to the hospital. California bracing for another major storm. Forecasters say an incoming bomb cyclone could be as intense or even more so than last weekend's storm that caused widespread damage and flooding.
We are mostly worried about the winds with this one. A large area of damaging winds, gusts to 50 to 60 miles an hour.
Bill Rash at the National Weather Service in Sacramento says the winds will likely cause downed trees and extended power outages. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Brian Kohberger, the Washington State University grad student facing murder charges in the stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students, will be coming back to Idaho after officially waiving extradition today in a Pennsylvania courtroom. Some protesters gathered outside the courtroom as Kohberger made his way inside for an extradition hearing.
Brian, did you do it? Brian, did you do it?
Pennsylvania State Police talking about cooperating with the FBI, who asked for surveillance assistance involving Kohberger.
I did not imagine the investigation would lead to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Police Colonel Robert Ivanchik said he was shocked to learn that the suspect was part of his community.
My heart goes out to the families of the victims.
Tactical teams arrested the 28-year-old last week, and he's currently in the process of being returned to Idaho. Protesters also showed up outside New York Congressman-elect George Santos' headquarters in Oyster Bay. Nassau County legislator Joshua LaFazen is repeating a call for him to step down.
We'll show up to every event that he has. He will have no safe harbor and no quiet in this district.
Revelations have surfaced that Santos lied about his background while campaigning for office. He is under investigation by the U.S. Attorney, New York's Attorney General, and the Nassau District Attorney. And a Republican Long Island congressman is calling for a House ethics investigation. SpaceX celebrates its first launch of the new year from Florida. The private space company sent 114 small satellites into orbit. They plan to do as many as 100 launches this year. I'm Jeremy Scott, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here on a Wednesday, which kind of feels like a Monday. Back at it, first show for the new year, 2023. Already fourth day of January as we cross over that midnight hour on the West Coast. So again, hope you had a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Back with us safely, right? Hello to Marianne. Shout out to the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Welcome back. Happy New Year, everybody. Got 42 degrees here in Waterloo, New York at the Petro. On our way to DeKalb, Illinois. All right, Eskimo Mom says temperatures dropped down to 52 between Indy and Terre Haute. Wind beginning to change direction. Yes, indeed. We're going to be back to more what they call normal temperatures by the end of the week. So that's like highs in the 30s, I believe. So nothing like we had that Arctic outbreak, the Siberian Express for the Christmas weekend. Not going to be going back in the deep freeze, but yeah, more winter. But it was nice to have a few spring-like days there, wasn't it? A little break from old man winter. I'll take that. Yeah, Pappy brought up the Idaho murder mystery, which it appears to authorities it wasn't as much of a mystery. They were being very, very careful as to what information they were divulging to the public. Yeah, according to the police chief, Friday's press conference there in Idaho, these murders have shaken our community. Yeah, no arrest will ever bring these young students back. However, we do believe justice will be found in the process. He said Idaho police spent a lot of time on this case, working diligently to get the arrest right. He characterized the investigation as a very complex and extensive case, but said the work is not done. It's just starting, technically. They said we have been laser focused on pursuing every lead. Chief Fry there reiterated that early details of the massive investigation were sparsely provided to the public out of fears that any notices might have tainted the investigation. They didn't want the accused to know any updates on the case. Fortunately, our highly skilled team of officers and detectives worked as a cohesive unit to solve this case. The chief also characterized the public support shown to police as exceptional. You'll never know how much your words of encouragement have helped us, he says. Now, he also thanked the local and national media for bringing daily coverage of the murders to the forefront, while also making it possible for the public to kind of submit tips that might help lead to the apprehension of the accused. You are the product of 19,000 tips we received. Wow. That's a lot of leads, right? Now, told reporters he could not respond to any specific inquiries as to how this guy first emerged as a suspect or whether he had identified any other suspects. We're putting the pieces together as far as what was the motivation for the crime. But that information would come out in the court proceedings. What I can tell you is we have an individual in custody who allegedly committed these horrible crimes. I do believe our community is safe, but we still need to be vigilant, be aware of our surroundings, remain aware of what's going on around us. All right, so I guess technically it's still considered pending until he gets back to Idaho and physically receives his arrest warrant there. Yeah, the Idaho Supreme Court places limits on what kind of access can be given to pretrial proceedings. In the meantime, his arrest warrant is sealed. But he made an initial appearance in front of a Pennsylvania judge. His warrants for both Pennsylvania and Idaho will not be attached to bonds. He will next appear, I guess it was yesterday, in Pennsylvania court. He had the option to return to Idaho, and if that's the case, initiate extradition proceedings through that office, and I believe that's the case. He's going to be sent right back to Idaho, post haste, right? Oh, let's see. We'll check in with Philip in Florida for the new year. Happy New Year, Philip.
Happy New Year, guys. How y'all doing today? Doing all right?
Yes, sir. Did you get some time off for the New Year's weekend or the Christmas weekend?
No, I worked all through it.
Wow.
I worked Christmas Day. I worked New Year's Day. Christmas Day was a little chilly. We actually ran the monorails for 2.5 days straight to keep them cool, to keep them warm. So we kept the trains moving for 2.5 days. Then they went back into the regular maintenance schedules.
Mm-hmm.
We had to do it just to keep going. And it was pretty cold during Christmas Day. I think at 9 o'clock in the morning we were like at 25 down here. And I know that doesn't sound like much for y'all up there, but 25 down here is pretty cold. So
yep.
But we got through it. Everything went okay. SpaceX is hard at it, Steve. They're got one off yesterday. Actually seen it during my break. That was a good launch. And Pappy was talking about technology. Did you hear about the last launch of 22 for SpaceX, Steve?
Nah, I mean, I was out of the mix for about 10 days.
Yeah. Okay. So, we see these rockets take off all the time over here, and it's one of the things we see, and it's just a regular occurrence. But a lot of people don't focus on what these rockets are taking up. And the last launch, 22, SpaceX launched the satellite that was for a company, and I believe it's based out of Israel. I might be wrong on that, but the company, they do global imaging. Now that just sounds like, it's just a satellite that just looks at the Earth and anything, but that is a very vague term. And what I mean by that is global imaging is the same thing that the SR-71 did when it was in service. And we all know what the SR-71 was and what it is and what it did and all that kind of stuff. It's basically a reconnaissance aircraft. Well, now, Steve, we have companies, and I'm not going to say the name of the company that put the launch up there, but that they do reconnaissance for a living, and they supply their information to the U.S., and they supply their information to Ukraine, they supply their information to Russia, or they supply it to anybody that wants to pay the dollar to see it. And I did a little research on their satellites. They have 8 satellites in the constellation that that they can monitor the Earth and map everything. So, Steve, do you remember when Russia was stealing the grain from Ukraine?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, do you remember the reconnaissance photos that were shown of the Russians taking and unloading the ships from the port? They had reconnaissance photos of it.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this company was the one that supplied those photos for that. We all know what Hurricane Ian was down here a few months ago. This company was one of the companies that supplied topography imaging of what was done with Hurricane Ian. They don't just spy on people. They do. If global imaging is a lot of things. I mean, it can be done a lot. It shows everything, and they can tell when somebody's car is parked in the wrong place. They can show when somebody's truck is in the wrong place. They can do all kinds of stuff with these satellites, and that's what technology's brought to us, like y'all were talking about earlier. And Pappy, I think a lot of people are stealing cars now. The majority of the guys that are probably stealing them now are probably parting them out because you think about a lot of stuff that's going on with the chips, the ECMs in cars, catalytic converters in cars. There's a lot of pieces in a car now that are worth just more than the whole car. I mean, a car now is probably worth more with parts than it is worth for buying it outright. And I think a lot of that technology is because thieves they're not dumb, and they've come around a long way as that. And you've seen these kids playing these games and doing these different things with computers. It's coming out there, and it's out there. I mean, think about a semi nowadays, and the motor in a semi. The most expensive part of a truck is that motor. And what somebody that has experience with it, ECMs, and that's the computers that control those motors, can do. I mean, it's crazy stuff out there, Steve. And Steve, you remember that everybody, when you'd have an accident on the freeway, you'd have a helicopter flying over top of you. If it was a really bad accident, the news channels would send a helicopter out.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, we are sending drones out. So I was watching TV yesterday, and they had an accident down here in Orlando on the 520 going over to, 528 going over to the East Coast, and they had a drone over top of it. The news channel literally had a drone flying, showing where the traffic was backed up. And so we're kind of getting into that, the movies where they show all these futuristic things with these drones flying around. We're getting into a lot of that now, and that technology's there. So there's some crazy stuff out there. And that's all I pretty much got for today, and I hope everybody had a good holiday season. I know I had a good one with my family and worked a little bit, but that's what we always do. So you guys have a good one, and I appreciate it, Stephen. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Happy New Year. Thanks for checking in there. Philip in Florida, I was talking about the Kias and the Hyundais. Yeah, my son was telling me, I think just before Christmas, we were kind of talking about the car thefts. And like Pappy said, they're off the rails. But in particular, Kia and Hyundai. And it's nationwide. Story from the Quad Cities. These car brands are being targeted after some TikTok videos circulated showing prospective thieves how to steal these are actually turnkey ignition styles. Get the key. All you have to have is a simple USB cord. Tyler Robertson of Davenport said his car's an older model than the kinds of Hyundais that are easily able to be stolen with a USB cord. Let's see. Police have said teenagers are targeting the vehicles and are able to steal them within a matter of minutes. Even though victims who spoke to TV6 said they didn't have their cars stolen, the damage from the break-ins is costly. It's happening all over the country, though. They're backlogged for parts for like a year and a half. Yeah, one of these guys says, so I can't trade the vehicle in if I want to get a different model or a different car until they fix the steering column, because no one's going to take it on a trade-in if the steering column's been ripped to pieces. Car parts can be months out. Now, TV6 reached out to Kia and Hyundai for comment, to which Kia's response was, Kia remains concerned about the recent trend among youth in some areas, encouraged by social media to target certain Kia cars with a steel key and turn-to-start ignition system. In many cases, the vehicles are stolen solely for the purpose of operating in a reckless manner. Now, while no car can be made completely theft-proof, Kia continues to make steering and wheel locks available to customers through interested local law enforcement agencies, subject to availability. Kia also continues their efforts to develop additional solutions for vehicles not originally equipped with an immobilizer, including the development and testing of enhanced security software. All 2022 models and trims have an immobilizer applied either at the beginning of the year or as a running change, and all Kia vehicles meet or exceed the FMCSA standards. Let's see. Hyundai's response was simply in response to increasing thefts targeting our vehicles with the push-button ignitions and immobilizing anti-theft devices. Hyundai of America has made engine immobilizers standard on all vehicles produced as of November of 21. We've also taken a series of actions to deter thefts of affected vehicles, including an upcoming software update scheduled to be available beginning in March at no cost to customers. In the interim, Hyundai is also providing free steering wheel locks to select law enforcement agencies across the country for distribution to local residents who own or lease affected models. We apologize for the inconvenience to affected customers. Let's see. Owners can also bring their vehicles to the local Hyundai dealer for the purchase and installation of a customized security kit. But left and right, these things. Somebody, I think Jeff, sent me a couple of links to the actual videos. These things that are circulating, I guess these are a couple of YouTubes. Yeah, this one is entitled, Watch, I Stole a Kia with a TikTok Hack. There's the Kia Boys documentary, a story of teenage car theft. And then there's a video from carscoops.com. This is how easy it is to steal a Hyundai or a Kia with a USB cable. That's crazy. All right, well, we're going to turn into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, I pulled up the link from Car Scoops. And, they point out it's apparently any Hyundai or Kia model years 2011 to 2021. Those are the model years that thefts are soaring in the wake of social media challenges and the rise of what they call the Kia Boys. I guess these are the guys that put these videos out, offering the easy-to-follow instructional videos on how to steal the cars. Eager to see just how easy it is to steal one of the affected Hyundai and Kia models, Donut Media borrowed an Elantra and set about stealing it. As it turns out, it is shockingly simple. Remove the first piece where you would ordinarily insert a key, and you're left with a cylinder that has a little piece of exposed metal. You jam the end of a USB cable onto that piece of metal, and that's it. All you do is turn the USB cable as if it was a key, and the car will start straight up. Donut Media suggests Hyundai and Kia were most likely looking to cut costs when they developed the overly simple ignition cylinder installed in many of their vehicles. To which I guess they are now, both companies are facing a host of class action lawsuits across the country due to the ease at which many of their vehicles can be stolen. Well, there you go. All right. Hey, Mike. Happy New Year from your friends at TNCRadio.live from the shadow of the Johnson Space Center. Wednesday mornings, that's where we are. Wednesday mornings, great for catching up on Ladies' Night on Tuesdays. So right after the Overnight Drive, switch over to TNCRadio.live for all new episodes of Shannon Courier in the Southern Route. Then check out Shelley and Kathy on Women Road Warriors. Then coming up 6 a.m. Eastern Time, it's all supply talk with Sarah. Plus our Pay Off Your Christmas Bills contests is underway. Stay tuned for more information on that. All right, stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you very much. Tom Kelly there in the shadow of the Johnson Space Center this Wednesday morning. Our number, 844-844-3388. That's interesting. Pappy just sends me an email that Hamilton County Sheriff's Office actually sold their helicopters in order to purchase 8 drones in return. I was going to ask you about that, Pappy. I haven't seen the county helicopters in quite some time, and it used to be on a pretty regular basis. And around the hood here, you'd see the copters circling over. That's the reason, I guess. All right, it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy is still without the votes to become Speaker of the House. Following 3 rounds of voting, the first time the House has needed more than one to elect a Speaker in a century, Oklahoma Republican Representative Tom Cole made a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn until noon tomorrow.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
McCarthy was unable to get the 218 votes needed to become Speaker due to opposition from hardline Republicans. He has vowed to continue fighting for the position, while conservative opponents say they're committed to changing the status quo no matter how many rounds it takes. Arrangements are being made to bring back University of Idaho murder suspect Brian Kohberger to the state after he waived extradition in Pennsylvania. Jeremy Scott, USA News.
The holidays are here. Achieve gifting greatness when you give perfectly aged, tender, delicious Omaha steaks. The steak experts at Omaha Steaks have curated special gift packages to take the guesswork out of gifting and make you a holiday hero. Go to omahasteaks.com and take advantage of 50% off site-wide. Plus, use code TREAT at checkout to get an additional $40 off your order. Send an assortment of mouthwatering favorites guaranteed to impress, like the legendary Butcher's Cut Filet Mignon, air-chilled boneless chicken, ultra juicy burgers, even easy-to-prepare, ready-in-a-flash comfort meals. Omaha Steaks is ready to ship your order right away, so shop early and beat the shipping rush. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout. Omaha Steaks is a gift from the heart, remembered with every unforgettable bite. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com, get 50% off site-wide, plus use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $40 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, here we are already on a Wednesday, a.k.a. Hump Day, right? Coming up Friday morning, which is just around the corner, believe it or not. That'll be the first Friday of the month. I have not confirmed if Chris Gabrelchik will be joining us or not. I do know that we're going to have some of our friends with Gold Eagle, a.k.a. Staybill, and other products, going to be joining us for maybe an hour or so. Talk about, give you more understanding of Staybill. You might have questions. Should I run my engine tank dry at the end of the season? Or should I run it full with fresh gasoline? When do you add your fuel stabilizer? And that there are different types of Staybill that are on the shelves. How do I know which one to use? We'll answer all these questions. And I think the question had come up last time we did have Chris Gabrelchik on. Does Staybill go bad? You've got Staybill on yourself in the garage or the storage shed, whatever. How long? There is a shelf life. They'll explain that and so much more. If you have any questions, of course, they'll be here to take those questions. But, of course, we're talking Staybill. For over 60 years, Staybill has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that you may have sitting around with gas in it. This is the time of year people, many parts of the country, are actually breaking out their snowblowers for the first time of the winter season. And if you did not store your snowblower correctly, it may not be running like it should, right? Staybill Storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years. And at the same time, combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. So that's why you store your engine the right way with Staybill. All right, well, speaking of, there it is. It's the first one of the new year already. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Hey, morning, Your Honor. I guess I should start out with, is this a hot mic?
Yeah, yes it is. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Mike. Yeah. Yeah, watch when you get put on hold that you don't get left on a hot mic. I don't know. It wasn't a good morning that morning, was it?
I remember that now. You're refreshing my memory. I was still in the studio. Normally, I'd have been out on a smoke break or whatever, and I'm hearing something in the background, and I'm like, "Where's that coming from?" And I looked around. Then I heard your voice, and I'm like, "Oh man, the phone was still on. Whoops."
Yeah. You shouldn't have left that on there when I got cars doing stupid crap around side me.
You were yelling at somebody out there. Got a dumbass nomination out there.
Yeah. When you got the right lane, it ends, and somebody decides they want to try to pass you, and there's not enough space to do it, and they're going to do it anyway. It tends to make me want to call them a certain type of names of stuff, and not suitable for the air, Your Honor.
I understand.
Anyway, so I don't know if the train horn covered up enough of it. Maybe I beeped myself out with the train horn there, but from what I was informed of, it didn't. The train horn wasn't quite loud enough. Next time I'll have to have the window open. Anyways, I guess. Hey, do we start out the new year now with hey, Mike? What day is it? What day is it?
Might as well, because it is already Hump Day.
Man, all right. So where you been, Your Honor? I take it. I trust you had good weekend and weeks and holidays and travels, and you're back, and the Subaru made it back and forth. Okay, I take it.
Yeah, we made it all back in one piece. I did had a few anxiety issues on the road, but me and traveling, yeah. Traveling doesn't bode well. I don't know how you can drive a truck for a living.
Hey, sometimes I wonder myself, and after being at the truck show last year and having to make a return trip to the hotel to pick up a certain document because we had an undocumented person with us that needed a document to get into a facility, I'm surprised you can go anywhere with that type of anxiety. But we'll leave it at that because you and I both know what we're talking about. But sorry, listening audience. That's an inside one. I'm sorry. We'll have to leave it there. But anyway, so anyways, the deal out there in Cincinnati with the football game. Really, I'm not going to say a whole lot about either way. But I will say, my wife and I were talking the other day there, and the discussion came up with portable AEDs, automatic defibrillating devices. I forget the letters now. AED, automatic. Anyways, it's a thing to jumpstart your heart, you know, and they're around a lot of places, and you know, there's these automatic defibrillators, and you really, I mean, if you can be told how to do something, you can operate this thing. I mean, you don't have to be a medical person. You don't have to be a, you know, college graduate or not. I mean, if you can understand a computer telling you how to do something, you can hook this thing up and save somebody's life with it. And you know, we all know I've had a heart attack, and I did not have cardiac arrest. I had a heart attack. You know, my heart was having troubles. It wasn't getting the blood it needed to provide oxygen throughout my system and all that. But my heart never stopped beating, which is cardiac arrest. Bob Harper there, the guy from The Biggest Loser there, when he had the Widowmaker heart attack, he had cardiac arrest. He dropped dead on the floor. I mean, his heart was not beating. He was dead on the floor. And if it hadn't been for people to know how to do CPR and use the AED that they had at the facility, I mean, they put it on. You know, you pull it out, and when you pull it out and open the case, it starts giving you instructions right then on how to install it, how to you know, put it on, and you know, to move everybody away, and it actually goes through the whole routine. And once it senses it's in position, it does all the work. I mean, it does the jump start. You don't have to push the button, and you don't have to yell clear, and it does all that for you.
Wow.
But anyways, so I'm sure they had one on the field. I mean, there's no way you can be at a football game and not have one of them there. So I'm sure they had one there. But the big thing is you were talking about CPR. And what CPR does is you're circulating the blood for the heart. You're making the blood flow and go through the lungs, get the oxygen that it can, and distribute it to the organs, especially the brain. And you're circulating the blood. Now, the big thing that people don't tell you when you have to do CPR is that in order to do CPR correctly, you have to plan on breaking ribs.
Yep.
If you don't compress the chest enough to break ribs, you aren't compressing the heart enough to make it pump the blood well enough. So it's, you know, people learn CPR, but they don't always learn it correctly. And as I say, to do it correctly, you have to push the chest down enough. Pretty much you're planning on breaking ribs when you're doing it. So it's good. It's good. I mean, if you want to look, you know, go out and learn how to do it. But as I say, the discussion came up about the portable AEDs with my wife, and I've been kicking around the thought of buying one, you know, because you can buy them on Amazon, you can buy them a lot of places, you can even find used ones at this point. But to carry one in the truck and maybe carry one with me when I go places with, you know, doing the Make-A-Wish deal, you know, and having that device in my truck so that it's just that much closer and that much handier if it's ever needed. Because I mean, I go to, you know, and when I go to the tractor shows and stuff, because I'm around enough people that are of age that can have heart attacks or, you know, have things happen that, you know, you want to know where these things are when you need them. You don't want to have to go looking for them or, you know, not know that the worst part is that you find out later that, hey, there was one on the other side of the wall but you didn't know it was there, you know, and it might have saved somebody's life. So, but anyways, I don't know. I guess that's as far as we need to go with that. Anyways, the deal with Kevin McCarthy here, you kind of remember I was asking you last year, and we were talking about, you know, how much he was talking about what he was going to do and all this and that. You remember I was kind of saying there was a lot of noise on about what he was talking about, and probably was going to be status quo once the turn, you know, into the new year came along, it's really looking like a lot of status quo, Your Honor, other than the fact that, again, it just looks like the Republicans can't even get together to decide to do anything, to pick a leader that'll actually win or to be able to vote on somebody. So I don't know. And if we get past this, are we really going to get to doing anything to accomplish anything?
Right.
Are we going to keep on with the status quo yet that we've always seemed to come to, that by the time things do get resolved, everybody's forgotten what we're there for, and well, now we're just, hey, it's close to the next election. We got to start, getting ready. We got less than 2 years to. Oh yeah, because they get elected every 2 years, isn't it? So now it's less than 2. We got to get going and make sure we get reelected. So we're going to worry about that before we. I don't know, but anyways, there. So I guess with that, we'll just wish you a happy New Year and glad you're back and glad to hear you. Sounds like most of your callers are calling back so far. So hopefully they all didn't get their ears burnt too bad by horse feathers last year at the end of the year and all that. So I do apologize to everybody, but the kind, gentle horse feathers that everybody knows on the air sometimes isn't the one that's out here on the highway when people do things to horse feathers that he doesn't really care for.
I hear you.
It puts him in a bad situation. So anyways, I guess with all that, you got anything for me, Your Honor, or are we pretty well good here?
I think we're good to go. Good to go. Happy New Year, all that fun stuff. Glad to have you back with us. Happy Hump Day.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. We'll talk to you later then.
Back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here. We did touch on the headline earlier. The rest of the story under the industry headlines. The numbers, according to the FMCSA, are trending in the wrong direction. The FMCSA's Pocket Guide to Large Truck and Bus Statistics was released in December. They had final numbers for the year 2020. Now, technically, the number of large truck fatal crashes fell from 4,502 in 2019 to 4,444 in 2020. But 2020 still produced the third most deadly crashes involving trucks weighing more than 10,000 pounds in the last 11 years. In other words, the crash statistics have moved in the wrong direction since the FMCSA began full enforcement of the electronic logging device in 2018. You go back to the number of large truck fatal crashes. Numbers starting in 2015. It's like 3,622. 2016, up to 4,177. 2017, 4,367. 2018, 4,461. 2019, 4,500 plus. Now, many truck drivers contend the ELD mandate actually hinders safety by making truck drivers feel rushed as you're regulated down to the second. Last year, of course, the FMCSA issued that advance notice of proposed rulemaking, considering expanding the ELD mandate to include trucks with pre-2000 model year engines. Now, opposing the change, OOIDA says there is no evidence that ELDs have improved highway safety. Look at your own statistics, right? Our members have vigorously opposed the ELD mandate since its inception. There was never sufficient research indicating the mandate would improve highway safety, and the agency still lacks data demonstrating any positive safety results since its full implementation. And there's no reason for the agency to consider expanding the mandate. The FMCSA lacks data confirming that it's improved highway safety, failed to demonstrate how the expansion of existing requirements to vehicles operating on a pre-2000 or rebuilt pre-2000 engine would enhance safety. OOIDA is unaware of any research that demonstrates vehicles operating under the pre-2000 exemption fail to meet the same safety level of safety as vehicles operating with an ELD. So the FMCSA's, their own numbers, what do you call that? The unintended consequences? Well, good morning, Rambler. Happy New Year.
Well, praise God, Steve, and good morning to you, my dear friend and brother in Christ, and happy anniversary. For 2 years now, 2 years, I've been proudly listening to one of the greatest talk shows in radio today, and it broadcasts all the way from Kalamazoo to Kathmandu and all cities in between. God, and I was talking about the Steve Summers Show, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. And he broadcasts from a thriving metropolitan city of Cincinnati. You can get your White Castle from the Skyline Chili, and man, with a great combination. Steve, glad you had a great Christmas. Sorry about the anxiety you went through. Of course, GMB Enterprises, sells that Maui Wowie and been tested by the blind man and Pappy, and proven to cure the anxiety. Makes you want to chill out and kick back and get the munchies and laugh and giggle at stupid things, And they're guaranteed no paranoia will be associated with his brand. So hey, you should have took some of that with you. But on a serious note, happy anniversary, my friend. Before I found you, when I left over the road and I get satellite radio, it was there really no sense of me having it, Steve. I just, worked at night, all the shows, a lot of them were on replay then, and I let it go, and I couldn't pick up, the old station, 700 WLW down south, and there was no affiliates nearby. But there was another radio program I was listening to, and they can kind of get out there. But some nights it was all right listening to it. And today makes 20 years that George Norrie took over for the great Art Bell. Today makes 20 years that he actually did that.
Wow.
And, kind of Yeah, hands off to George Norrie. I think he's doing a great job. You know, he kept me entertained. You know, Steve, before I got back right with the Lord, I'd listen to him, you know, 'cause I couldn't get you. And, man, I'd be going down there to some of them stores we delivered to down at Houma and Morgan City, Louisiana. You know, places down in the bayou. And they start to get on this kick about demons and monsters. And man, it had me getting out the daggone truck, pitch black and dark with the flashlight, and looking over my shoulder, thinking something just come out them woods out that bayou and get me. So he kept me entertained. But man, you know, the very night, you know, I found you, you know, and I got ticked off about the old, those two morons that stole Bill Mack's name and started up their program and everything like that. You know, I was like, what in the world is going on here? I said, how did this happen? But then, you know, Googling your name and everything, I found that, hey, you had a whole nother show. And then I found you on Facebook and saw that you had an app. And it's been a rap ever since, my brother. And I want to tell you something also. You know, this show provided entertainment for my father, who was suffering with cancer at the time, before God called him home. And man, he loved the Carolina Monkey Gouge. That's how he called his name, the old Carolina Monkey Gouge. That was his favorite caller. But y'all, this show kept him entertained. He couldn't sleep, and he was in pain. And I want to just point something else out also, Steve. And, you know, God's children, Stephen Summers could have easily hung up. He's got my number. He can get me on the private line. Call me back and tell me, Reverend Perry McDaniel, don't ever call this show again and promote your church. He could, and Steve, he could have easily done that. When I first started calling you, I never mentioned that I was a minister or a pastor, anything like that. My father, Dirty Diapers, kind of poked me in the side, and he said, you know, you should get Steve and ask Steve to promote this church. I'm like, I don't want to. That's like a cheap plug, you know. But the Lord started toiling with my heart about it. I believe I emailed you. You gave me your blessing. And see, God, surely you don't know this. But this show, when we started talking about the Determined Ministries Church on this show with Steve's blessing, you know, membership grew. I mean, our program grew tremendously. And, you know, Steve, we give all credit to Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. But like I said, I give a lot of credit to you too, man, because like I said, you could have easily said, Rambler, you can't do that. I'm not going to get into religion or nothing like that. You could have easily put the kibosh on it. Man, I thank you for giving us a chance. And I know we got to cut.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I was looking at the clock. I was going to say hold that thought because we'll come back and let you finish up. But we got to get a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Former President Trump is declining to say whether or not he still supports Kevin McCarthy's bid for House Speaker. In a short conversation with NBC News, Trump says we'll see what happens when asked if he'll be supporting the GOP leader. McCarthy was previously endorsed by the former president for the role. After 3 rounds of voting, McCarthy was unable to get the 218 votes needed to become Speaker before the House adjourned due to opposition from hardline Republicans. Another round of voting is set for Wednesday. Dangerous weather is disrupting the lives of millions of people all over the U.S. Parts of Louisiana and Arkansas saw damage from tornadoes, with over 20 million people on severe weather alerts across the South. Winter weather is hitting the Midwest, with areas of South Dakota seeing almost 2 feet of snow, with travel warnings also across Minnesota and Wisconsin. Over 20 states are under alert for flooding, rain, and high winds, including California, where heavy rain is moving into the Bay Area on Wednesday before moving to the Los Angeles area. Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin is still in a Cincinnati hospital after having to be resuscitated twice. That's according to his uncle, who told CNN Tuesday that his nephew remains sedated and on a ventilator. The Bills confirmed he suffered cardiac arrest and on the field during Monday night's game against the Bengals and remains in ICU. The Federal Reserve's Open Market Committee will release the minutes of its latest meeting on Wednesday, providing a glimpse into where the Fed sees inflation and interest rates heading. Also due out Wednesday is a November job opening report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The report is expected to show 10 million openings in November, a slight drop from the prior month. Nobody won the jackpot in Tuesday's lottery drawing, which was worth $785 million. So the jackpot will roll over to the next Mega Millions drawing on Friday and will be worth an estimated $940 million, making it the 6th biggest lottery jackpot ever. This is USA News.
The holidays are here. Achieve gifting greatness when you give perfectly aged, tender, delicious Omaha steaks. The steak experts at Omaha Steaks have curated special gift packages to take the guesswork out of gifting and make you a holiday hero. Go to omahasteaks.com and take advantage of 50% off site-wide. Plus, use code TREAT at checkout to get an additional $40 off your order. Send an assortment of mouthwatering favorites guaranteed to impress, like the legendary Butcher's Cut Filet Mignon, air-chilled boneless chicken, ultra juicy burgers, even easy-to-prepare, ready-in-a-flash comfort meals. Omaha Steaks is ready to ship your order right away, so shop early and beat the shipping rush. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout. Omaha Steaks is a gift from the heart, remembered with every unforgettable bite. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com, get 50% off site-wide, plus use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $40 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Dangerous weather is disrupting the lives of millions of people all over the U.S. Parts of Louisiana and Arkansas saw damage from tornadoes, with over 20 million people on severe weather alerts across the South. Winter weather is hitting the Midwest, with areas of South Dakota seeing almost 2 feet of snow, with travel warnings also across Minnesota and Wisconsin. Over 20 states are under alert for flooding, rain, and high winds, including California, where heavy rain is moving into the Bay Area on Wednesday before moving to the Los Angeles area. The House is adjourning until Wednesday after House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy failed to secure the speakership despite 3 rounds of voting. McCarthy was unable to get the 218 votes needed to become Speaker due to opposition from hardline Republicans. The House hasn't needed more than 1 vote to elect a Speaker in a century. McCarthy has vowed to continue fighting for the position, while conservative opponents say they're committed to changing the status quo no matter how many rounds of voting it takes. A federal task force is being launched to recover assets of victims of FTX. The Manhattan U.S. Attorney's Office announced the creation of the FTX task force the same day the bankrupt Cryptos Exchange former CEO pleaded not guilty to federal fraud charges. In a statement, the Manhattan U.S. Attorney describes the task force as an all-hands-on-deck moment. The Security and Exchange Commission estimates FTX customers lost over $8 billion. The Golden Globes are announcing the presenters for this year's award show. Among those presenting include Ana de Armas, Jamie Lee Curtis, Billy Porter, Quentin Tarantino, and Tracy Morgan. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
If you like burritos, which you do because everyone does, you should try Taco Bell's Chipotle Ranch and Salsa Verde grilled chicken burritos. These masterpieces start with a warm flour tortilla that we stuff with grilled chicken. But the real stars here are the bold sauces, Chipotle Ranch or Salsa Verde. In fact, the chicken is the stage upon which these sauces shine. Like this mic is a stage for me to spotlight my theatrical range. 2 chicken burritos, 2 bold flavors, $2 each. Order on the Taco Bell app. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only. Contact local store for prices, hours, and participation, which vary. Tax extra while supplies last.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, I suppose that is my cue. Get that final hour underway here on a Wednesday. Yeah, keeping an eye on the southeast tonight as we continue to deal with severe weather. Tornado watches, as a matter of fact, that continue through the morning hours. You draw a line from, say, about Birmingham down to Selma, Alabama. The timing threat, you should be winding down there between now and 6 a.m. right on through central portions and eastern portions of Alabama. The threat continues on till, this would be the tornado watch, till 9 a.m. for southeastern portions of Alabama. Now they've also expanded tornado watches through much of central portions of Georgia this morning. Scroll down and see what the timing on that is. About the southern half of the state. Let's see. Valid till 4 a.m. Central Time. That's an outdated one there. They've updated, so I'll pull up the latest here momentarily. Meanwhile, we get the new year underway. 2023 is here. Of course, the time of year, North America, a lot of cloud cover. To where don't get a chance to see a whole lot of stars or the moon. But we will be visited by a newly discovered comet that might just be bright enough to be spotted with the naked eye, they tell us. The comet named C-2022 E3, currently passing through the inner solar system. It'll make its closest approach to the sun on January the 12th, and then it'll whip past the Earth, making its closest passage to our planet, its perigee, between February 1st and 2nd. Now, if the comet continues to brighten as it is right now, it could be visible in dark skies to the naked eye. This is very difficult to predict for comets, but even if this one does fade, it'll still be visible with binoculars or a telescope for a number of days around its close approach. Observers in the northern hemisphere will be able to find the comet in the morning sky as it moves in the direction of the northwest. Here in the month of January, become visible for observers in the southern hemisphere by early February. Yeah, you should look for the comet when the moon is dim in the sky. With the new moon on January 21st, that should be an opportunity, of course, weather permitting. According to NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, the comet has a period of around 50,000 years, which means prior to coming to within about 100 million miles of the sun on January the 12th, and 26 million miles of the Earth on February the 2nd. The last time it came so close was during the Upper Paleolithic period on the planet Earth. Yeah, that means the last humans that could have spotted this comet were early Homo sapiens, alive during the last glacial period or the last ice age. Yeah, so too could some say that the last Neanderthals. Yeah, that species became extinct around 10,000 years ago after the last perihelion of this particular comet. That's pretty wild. All right, initially appearing to be an asteroid, which was inside the orbit of Jupiter, soon began to brighten, as comets do. At the time of its discovery, C 2022E3 had a magnitude of 17.3, brightening to a magnitude of 10 in November. They expect it will eventually reach a magnitude of 6, which again, that would be visible to the naked eye. Don't think it'd be very bright, but that's pretty wild for the new year. All right, welcome back, Rambler.
Yeah, that is pretty wild. And to think that Cro-Magnon Man was probably the last one that saw it. I know Star Wars Dane and me, we're both, we have a telescope, and we're, that's our little hobby, is we're little amateur astronomers. We try and get out there, but it's going to be hard the month of January because, Mobile, Alabama is the rainiest city in the United States, and Seattle being second. So we're hoping to see it. So I think that'll be pretty wild. Last time we saw a good comet was, with the naked eye, was Hale-Bopp. And that was, back in 98, Steve?
That sounds
long time
about
ago,
right.
man.
Yeah.
That's right. But I looked at the clock. I knew you had a break coming up, and I was trying to hurry up and get off. But, from the bottom of my heart, man, I just want to say thank you for, allowing me to come on your show and promote this church. And, Steve, we did our Christmas program. And at the end, when we gave the altar call, and I pull up a chair and I sit down and try and get personal one-on-one. We had 38 heart and like emojis. That's what I say. I don't know who sends them up. I always say, hey, if you want to accept the Lord Jesus Christ into your heart, send up a heart and a like emoji. I'll know that someone out there, and I don't know if it was one person sending up, hit 37, 38 times, or we just literally had 38 people. And, hey, that's 38 people, or one person that accepted Christ Jesus into their heart on Christmas night, receiving the greatest gift that man could have, that salvation. And, Steve, when your time on this earth is done, and you stand before the great I am that the I am, this is going to come up before God. He's going to acknowledge you as given the opportunity for this old, bearded, balding preacher, and overweight to add, the opportunity to, come on your show and present the gospel, present a place where, if you feel like you're ostracized, or you feel like you just, a church don't want you, or you just can't get enough church, and you got a place to come, you got a place to go to, and and Steve, you're a part of that, and God recognizes as you being a part of that. So And I can't leave out the amazing friends that I made, like Gilligan and Horse Feathers, which I was on hold when that tirade. So I heard an F-bomb, MF bomb, and a couple other things that come from Horse Feathers. I was like, okay, that's a hot mic indeed. I was on hold when that happened. God bless him. I love you to death. Eskimo Mom, Dingbat and Brain Dead and Heat Wave that I made friends with. And, I want to put this out there. We've gotten some of our family that's gotten butt hurts. I'm not going to name names, but hey, come on, ladies and gentlemen, don't be so sensitive, Quit getting your feelings hurt. And, come on, we're all grown men here and women. Don't, come on, this is life. Everyone here has had their feelings hurt. Don't quit calling the show, or don't, take your ball and go home. Come on, This is a very informative show, and just don't be so sensitive. Don't be a crybaby. That's it. Don't be a crybaby. Get over it. Come on, God's children. We're grown. My Lord, we just had someone. We had some good theme music, and I don't know. I guess they got their feelings hurt and decided they don't want to be a part no more and left. And come on, God's children, don't be so sensitive. Lord, if I got Steve, listen, if I had a dime for everybody that badmouthed me for being a Christian, I wouldn't be driving a truck right now. You have to have thick skin in life, God's children. And some things you just have to just let it, like a duck's feathers, water roll off your back. But just don't give up on the show, and don't take your ball and go home. Come on, get some thick skin and keep on calling in, keep on listening, support the show. Buy your Hot Shot Secret, buy your Stay Build, go to the Facebook page, buy you a mug, a hat, and a T-shirt, and support the show. This show is for not only truck drivers, but for also common ordinary people like Martha Jett and Pauline Jett and so many others. Bruce Schroer, who's a part of our church. Not everyone's a truck driver. You got common ordinary people that follow this show too. And Steve, happy anniversary. Before I get off here, I want to remind everyone that love is just not another four-letter word. There's something you have to do or something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, or Brother Rambler can love you, and I do, and I look forward to seeing y'all at Determined Ministries Church, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. And afterwards, guess what? You get to listen to Steve Summers at 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern. I love you, Steve. God bless you, and happy anniversary.
And Happy New Year. Thank you very much. All right, I mentioned the tornado watch there in Georgia, which had just been expanded, so I knew that didn't run till 4 o'clock Central Time, and they're in the Eastern Time Zone anyway. It's still the noon hour. Yeah, right now we're looking at a line, the strongest of these thunderstorms, straight line winds, stretching from north central Georgia. Now that line will probably be pushing through Atlanta in the next hour or so. A line right now pushing through, you go from northeast to southwest down through Montgomery, Alabama, and extends all the way down to just east of New Orleans. Yeah, not seeing the stronger storms, but a lot of rain, heavy rain from just east of Nashville to Knoxville. You're socked in rain in the southeast again. But yeah, for much of Georgia, that tornado watch continues till the noon hour today. Hey, back to the phones we go here. See what's going on. 5-7 back on board. Take two.
Yes, sir. Just I thought somebody might mention it. Somebody get the information. Always moving. They do make a sealant for your roots. You said, or her shingles are in great shape. They've been advertising a ceiling for that out of Augusta, Georgia, and I believe they have like a 20-year guarantee. Myself, back in 2017, I opted for the metal, having put a metal roof on. $3,000 for my house. I thought that, $3,500 parking. So that wasn't a bad deal. Just thought I'd try to throw that in there, maybe to stave off with everything else she's got to do. Maybe that'll help. And they might have the same stuff at Lowe's, and you get a couple of friends, to get up there and do it. That you might want to look at over the weekend. The Elon Musk did another dump. It's dump number 7, and it's indicating that the FBI paid money to to have them not put out pro-Republican or pro-conservative information. So they actually use tax money. A friend we talk to all the time. I said, boy, we got to get these Republicans in there. They got all these. Jim Jordan wants that committee. And I understand, really, after listening to him, he wants to be in that committee. He wants. I was so ain't nothing they can do, right? Yeah, there's nothing they can do, but they can start dragging these people in, and then they can start getting names. I mean, look what they did to Steve Bannon. I mean, contempt. I mean, they opened up a box. Use it. Who now? What's the name of the FBI agents? Where'd that check money come from? From the taxpayer, mind you. Come on, let's find out who in the government's doing what. So you got to look at it this way. I'm glad they're doing what they're doing. They need a hardcore guarantee from Kevin McCarthy that he is absolutely going to allow these investigations to go on, because right after the election, he'd come on there and he said, the American people are tired of all these investigations.
Yep.
And then he flipped real quick. But maybe this is a way for them to get, because it don't sound like they're going to get Jim Jordan in there. He doesn't want to be. But maybe this is the way they're going to get a written guarantee, verbal written guarantee, that these investigations are going to happen. And big deal about how many times they have to get an election. Look where we're at today, because everybody and the Republicans always seem to want to sit there and play ball with the Democrats. And, hey, guys, the Democrats are trying to destroy you, annihilate you, totally put you out where you'll have no job in that place up there except for empty the waste cans. So other than that, I think Kevin McCarthy and everything, I think this is a good thing. You can look at the negative, but I think it's a good thing as long as they get something for this. So other than that, like I said, we're going to sit back. We're going to wait for that notification come on my Facebook page. And from the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. This is 5-7 down in South Georgia.
Over and out. There you go. I'm looking back historically. Yeah, could this turn out to be like the great contest of 1856? When at that point in time, Representative Nathaniel Banks could not raise enough support to lead the chamber, Speaker of the House. That contest ultimately took 2 months and 133 rounds of voting before reaching a conclusion. Now, it says the vote reportedly raged on because Banks was an anti-slavery congressman who opposed several lawmakers that wanted to expand slavery at the time. Yeah, going back to 1856. It's been 100 years, though, since a House Speaker vote was not decided on the first ballot. It is momentous. A Speaker contest has only gone to a second ballot 14 times in American history. The last occurrence, December of 1923, when Massachusetts Representative Frederick Gillett finally reached an agreement with the opposition after 9 ballots. So 9 ballots 100 years ago, but you imagine that, 133 rounds of voting back in 1856. Just the next vote coming up at high noon today. And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
That line's available at 844-844-3388. Get to Eagle. If you're hanging in there, Eagle, we'll get you right out of the break. Bottom of the hour, Knuckle Buster. First time in the new year we'll be checking in. Let's see, from the email. Happy New Year, Steve. Good morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. It's been a while since we've caught up. I hope everybody's holidays were enjoyed with family and lots of rest. I suppose it's time to head into town, see what the trash has in it today. Things are slowly picking back up, and we're starting to get back to our normal long hours. Everybody enjoyed the day. Yeah, I guess that would be good news, right? Heads up, in the Bluegrass State, a tech company recently shared details about its partnership with the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet to utilize the company's driver focus camera systems to catch in-cab violations at way stations. Perceptics, a technology company focused on vehicle identification and license plate recognition products, shared a blog post detailing their work to help the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet monitor driver behavior through camera technology installed in a way station. Perceptics installed the driver-focused camera at the Laurel County I-75 northbound way station to help the State Patrol capture near real-time, high-resolution images of drivers as they exited the highway. Well, in the 6 months that the camera technology's been installed, it has resulted in 137 seatbelt violations, as well as violations for driver cell phone use and for drivers failing to wear corrective lenses. I guess the idea is they're going to be helping to install a number of additional such cameras in the state of Kentucky. I'm trying to remember. I can't find the number in the story. It's either 13 or 13 other locations. There it is. 13 more locations across the state in the coming months. All right, we get a news break on the Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy is still without the votes to become Speaker of the House. Following 3 rounds of voting, the first time the House has needed more than one to elect a Speaker in a century, Oklahoma Republican Representative Tom Cole made a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn until noon tomorrow.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
McCarthy was unable to get the 218 votes needed to become Speaker due to opposition from hardline Republicans. He has vowed to continue fighting for the position, while conservative opponents say they're committed to changing the status quo no matter how many rounds it takes. Arrangements are being made to bring back University of Idaho murder suspect Brian Kohberger to the state after he waived extradition in Pennsylvania. Jeremy Scott, USA News.
The holidays are here. Achieve gifting greatness when you give perfectly aged, tender, delicious Omaha steaks. The steak experts at Omaha Steaks have curated special gift packages to take the guesswork out of gifting and make you a holiday hero. Go to omahasteaks.com and take advantage of 50% off site-wide. Plus, use code TREAT at checkout to get an additional $40 off your order. Send an assortment of mouth-watering favorites guaranteed to impress, like the legendary Butcher's Cut Filet Mignon, air-chilled boneless chicken, ultra juicy burgers, even easy-to-prepare, ready-in-a-flash comfort meals. Omaha Steaks is ready to ship your order right away, so shop early and beat the shipping rush. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout. Omaha Steaks is a gift from the heart, remembered with every unforgettable bite. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com, get 50% off site-wide, plus use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $40 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty there, copy in the mail, right? Hey, Mike, coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Happy anniversary. Early, because it's technically like 1 week from today, right? January 11th. But copy the traffic and the driving to and from Christmas vacation. We drove out to Colorado Springs and back. And the two youngsters that helped drive couldn't believe it. They said they just don't know how you drive a truck with all these crazy drivers on the highway. I said, well, welcome to my world and the millions that are driving semi-trucks across North America and beyond. Anyway, here we are, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and make the flip back to Fort Wayne, Indiana. Oh, boy. Only 355 days till Christmas. Thank you, Truck and Phil. We all needed that, didn't we? Truck and Phil. Good to have you on board. All right, see if Eagle is hanging in there. You still with us, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, Steve, I wanted to make some more quick comment about some things right quick. I wanted to talk to you about the border situation. I was in El Paso over the holidays, but I wanted to make one quick note about this football. Well, not the football player that's in the hospital, but a player that's on the Cincinnati Bengals. One of your players, the wide receiver T. Higgins, or what I can't remember. I think that's what his name is. Mm-hmm. Can you believe, Steve? I read on this while I was on hold. Can you believe that there's actually losers out there that are calling in death threats to this man? They're blaming him for the injury to this Buffalo Bills player. They claim that he put his helmet in the man's chest. Can you believe that these cowards are actually sending this man death threats to a Cincinnati Bengal offensive player? Have you heard about that?
I did not hear that he was getting threats. I did see a post yesterday that he had actually been at the hospital. Now, I don't know if he's still there, but he had been at the hospital waiting for word, and he said he wasn't going to leave until he finds out that Jamar is no longer in critical condition.
Yeah, well, that's what I read on my phone. Whether it's true or not, I don't know, but they say that the guy has been receiving death threats. I thought you might have heard something since you was in Cincinnati. But if anybody done something like that, they ought to be ashamed of themselves, because this guy has no responsibility to what happened to this Buffalo Bills player. This guy was just out there doing his job and playing football like he normally does, and this man has nothing to feel guilty about. Now let's move on to the other situation. Steve, on my way home to Texas, I had to drive through El Paso, Texas, and it's a crying shame what the city of El Paso has deteriorated into. You can go on, you can watch it on Fox News. You can see some of the videos that they're showing. You got people literally sleeping on the street, Steve. It's like a third world country right here in America. You got people that don't even speak the language. They don't have a dime in their pocket. All they got is the clothes on their back, Steve. They might have a bag, a suitcase or something. You got people that, this happened over the holidays when they had the cold snap go through the U.S. There were people actually sleeping outside when it was 10 and 15 and 20 degrees. When I drove through El Paso, I just went down to the downtown section just to see it for myself, to see if it really was going on. But you got people that's living in cardboard boxes. You got people that's sleeping. You got 2 and 3 year old kids sleeping on the street, Steve. This is a national embarrassment. The U.S. has literally turned into a third world country on the southern border. And Joe Biden he still hasn't gone. And I guess I'll be giving this update to you, Steve, this for the rest of 2023, because I'm pretty sure Joe Biden, him or Kamala, ain't going to take a visit down to the border. So I guess I'll be giving that update for the whole year, because I doubt if they'll show up in 2023, because they ain't showed up the other two. So what will make them start now? So like I said, Steve, it's just a national embarrassment, and people in the U.S., they better wake up. Luckily, Steve, somebody, I don't know if it was God, it had to be God above to keep this that legislation going to put those people, to not allow those people into the U.S. and to force them to wait into Mexico for asylum. Luckily, they didn't disband that, even though Joe Biden tried to overrule that. Luckily, that's still in effect, and that's keeping some of these people out of the country. But as of right now, Steve, it's a crying shame what's going on in El Paso, Texas. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle. Thank you very much. Once again, yeah, what a mess. When will things change, all right? And he's right about the fact that the president has not been there. Had an opportunity here, about a month ago when he was in the state, just a couple 100 miles away, but he had more important things to do. More pressing matters at the time. Let's see. I was pulling up, trying to find any. He mentioned T. Higgins. And I'm trying to find some of the headlines here. T. Higgins sends a heartbreaking message to Damar Hamlin after the collapse on the field. We all know that what happened on the field there, but the story. My prayers and thoughts go out to Hamlin Island, the Hamlin family, Higgins says. I'm praying that you pull through. Love. Okay, fans responding to Higgins' tweet, sending some kind words and prayers his way as well. Some others apparently, I guess there are those calling him a murderer. Damar Hamlin didn't expect T. Higgins to launch his body into him. I guess that's from an ESPN commentator, Bart Scott says. Bart Scott, who was a former NFL linebacker, gave his piece Tuesday morning. He brought up that the wide receiver that Hamlin tackled, which ultimately led to him collapsing on the field. Scott explained how he didn't believe Hamlin was prepared for the way Higgins ran into his body, and more specifically, his chest. Right before the tackle, Higgins lowers his helmet and he kind of throws his body into Hamlin's chest. He's standing up because he's thinking he's got to chase T. Higgins at an angle to make a tackle. So he didn't expect Higgins to launch his body back into him. It's one of those things you see as a linebacker. As a linebacker, Scott explained how a running back might lower his head immediately when expecting contact, which has led to defenders being exposed in the chest area if they're not quick enough to react. While the NFL has tried to crack down on that, it's not heavily enforced, he said. They've taken that out of the game, but they don't regulate it as much as possible. I expect, he says, the league will be a lot more vigilant when it comes to that and using that penalty, I guess, in the future.
Ready?
With that, it is 844-844-3388. Start of the new year. Alabama officially allows people to carry concealed guns without a license, meaning some form of constitutional carry has now been enacted, they tell us, in half the states in the country. Alabama now allows people to carry a loaded, concealed handgun or transport one in a vehicle without a permit or a background check, things that were previously required. That law passing after years of lobbying from gun rights activists, despite pushback from some in law enforcement that said it would put the public in danger. But that puts Alabama on the list with 24 other states that have now passed what they call constitutional carry laws, which allow anyone who can legally possess a firearm to carry a handgun with no permit. Sometimes there are conditions. Yeah, unlike states that are doing everything in their power to make it harder for law-abiding citizens, Alabama is reaffirming our commitment to defending our Second Amendment rights. That was the comment from Governor Kay Ivey after signing the bill. I've always stood up for the rights of law-abiding gun owners, and I'm proud to do it again today. So now more than 1/3 of Americans actually live in states with some form of constitutional carry. Only Vermont and Alaska were taking that expansive approach to gun rights 13 years ago, but more and more states have been passing laws geared toward constitutional carry. Actually, 11 in just the last 3 years. Last year, we saw Georgia, Indiana, and Ohio that joined that list. Constitutional carry. Yeah, we were checking on the reciprocity laws before making our little jaunt down to Georgia. Are we allowed to have a handgun in the glove box or in that sort of thing? And yes, Georgia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, all on that list, which pretty much is the same as now that Alabama, where you are now allowed to carry without a concealed carry permit. It is 844-3388. Well, Happy New Year, Knuckle Buster.
Happy New Year to you too, Mr. Steve Summers. It's a long way to Thanksgiving, you know that. I can't get sick. I only get 1 week vacation in the summer, and the rest of it has to take for the end of the year. So, Mississippi's got that constitutional carry, stand your ground, castle domain. They got the same thing down there.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, over the holidays, we had about 2:30 in the morning. Tennessee and I wanted to go out and get some breakfast at Waffle House there, and these 2 kids are walking down the street. It's 70 degrees out in that. They had hoodies and ski masks on.
Oh,
and when they we turned around, went back towards the house. Trying to see what they were up to, and the guy that lives across the street from me, he was standing on his porch out there with his pistol in his hand and told them they needed to leave because there wasn't nothing down there that belonged to them, right? They took off running and disappeared, so that's the way it goes there, you know. I'm glad I don't live in Kentucky because they'd see me sitting up here riding in my underwear in the middle of the night, right?
That's a scary thought, Knuckle Buster. That's scary.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, that's more information than you needed to know, right?
Right.
Talking about that bad weather that we had back at Christmas, there's grumpy sportscaster. He was forced to cover the winter wet storm outside, and he wanted to know during this newscast could he just go back to his regular job there. They said it was crazy because they sent him outside to tell people not to come outside because it was too cold, right? And it got down to -1 down there at my house there. And to show you the difference in a year, December the 23rd, 2021, I posted a Facebook post, said that it was the night before Christmas when all through the house, the AC was running full blast because we live in the South.
Mm-hmm.
And then this year the heater was running full blast because -1 is cold, buddy.
Yeah.
It got so cold that my daughter's pond back there behind her house, it froze up, so. But it wasn't very thick. I saw a guy at Lowe's yesterday. Said it was an older gentleman. He had a baseball cap on that said, "When I die, don't let me vote Democrat, Steve. I said, yeah, I like that, Cap.
Yeah.
Anyway, glad to be back to work. Glad you're back to work. And I guess I missed Horsefeather's little rant with a four-wheeler there, right?
It was rather brief, but yeah, we kind of heard it.
Oh, yeah, that's all right. Well, he ain't the first one to ever say something like that, and he ain't going to be the last one.
Right.
I'll have to raise my hand and say I've done that myself there, but I didn't hear it. But anyway, he's still forgiving, too. So anyway, have a great morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Wind this thing on up to the house and kick your feet up and get a cold glass of iced tea in your hand there. So have a great day, brother.
All right, we'll work on that. There you go. All right, get a quick time out, and we'll head down the home stretch. When we come back after a quick time out here. Yeah, the co-founder of Home Depot, pretty much just coming out and telling it like it is. Slamming woke people. He said nobody wants to work anymore. And actually called Joe Biden the worst president in history for putting obstacles in the way of entrepreneurial success. A guy by the name of Bernie Marcus, who's 93 years old now, believes the success that the company he began back in 1978 with Arthur Blank could not happen today because of so many standing in the way of the business community. More on what he had to say coming up here.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. adjusted. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, Bernie Marcus, 93 years old, interviewed by the Financial Times. Yeah, he said, well, we would end up with 15, 16 stores. I don't know that we could go further. He said he's worried about capitalism, thanks to socialism. Nobody works. Nobody gives a damn. Just give it to me. Send me the money. I don't want to work. I'm too lazy. I'm too fat. I'm too stupid, whatever the case might be. He was unequivocal in calling Joe Biden the worst president in the history of this country, saying we used to have free speech here. We don't have it. The woke people have taken over the world. He also listed human resources executives, government bureaucrats, socialists, Harvard grads, MBAs, lawyers, and accountants as obstacles to entrepreneurial success in 2022. It's going to be very interesting in 24 because I think Ron DeSantis may actually challenge Trump and may be the better man to win. Of course, Home Depot, 2,300 stores across North America, market capitalization of $300 billion, annual revenue more than $150 billion, according to the Financial Times. Marcus cites his charity, having joined the Gates family and the Warren Buffett giving pledge, promising to donate at least half of his fortune to good causes. That's his way of giving back. He also backed the construction of the Georgia Aquarium. He's given $2 billion to over 500 organizations through the Marcus Foundation, although also donating to autism, stem cells, cancer, stroke, military veterans, post-traumatic stress disorder causes. Back in 2019, he told the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, I want to live to be 100. I want to be in a position to give it away to those things that I really believe in. I've got all the houses I need. I live very well. My kids are taken care of. Everything I live for now is finding the right things to put my money into that can give me a rate of return in emotion and doing good things for the world. There you go. Tell it like it is, Mr. Home Depot. And real quick, lastly, this Wednesday morning, Walter Cunningham. Do you recognize the name? Probably not. The last surviving astronaut from the first successful crewed space mission in NASA's Apollo program, passed away at 90 years old. NASA spokesman confirming to the Associated Press, didn't really give any further details, but Cunningham's wife said in a statement that he died Tuesday, did not say where or give a cause of death, but he was one of the 3 astronauts aboard the 1968 Apollo 7 mission, an 11-day space flight that beamed live television broadcast as they orbited the Earth, paving the way ultimately for a moon landing less than a year later. All right, last surviving astronaut from the Apollo 7. Close it out there on a Wednesday. Have a great day. Be safe out there. Hope you'll see us back at the midnight hour tonight.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I